And welcome back to another episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight, the Carnival cards. So, last session, you guys finally confronted Agdong Longscarf, the Prince of Prisma and leader of the Brigands Tollway. Except you didn't want to just take him out, kill him. There's opportunity here, and you aren't that type to just go full murder hobo. So instead, you challenged him to a sort of a competition, and you pitted your own titles as sort of a wager, and in addition, sort of servitude as well. Kind of lined out the bargain, and you performed amazingly in the race. Solomon/Nox transforming into that speedy elk scampered across the boards of the tollway, slipped up here and there, and you even saw Agdon trying a few sneaky tactics by like jumping on top and riding you. But eventually, the elk pulled through and just got the lead at the final furloin. And yeah, that was one down, two more competitions to go. And next, you embarked on a hide and seek within the swampy marshes surrounding the tollway. You all took up your hiding positions. Some of you, perhaps not even that in the same dimension, utilizing that portable hole. There was no chance he could find that pairing for sure. But he gave it his best shot. Got a little bit distracted by by Tanwen causing an absolute scene. And but Xaxx, you were the seeker, and you managed to find all the Herringon as well, who were dotted about under lily pads next to poisonous hallucinogenic mushrooms, which you've procured for yourself, and you've returned back to the hideout in the tree stump. And now that this bargain has been met, the information started coming out from Agdon, started spilling the beans, so to speak, as he is kind of under your servitude in a way. He's telling you his plans, and it seems as though he had a plan to overthrow Bavlorna this whole time as well. And he said that he's been hatching a plan specifically, and that meant he's got a dragon somewhere beneath the tree stump. He's been rearing it for a couple of years now, he says, and it's gotten pretty big. It's also explained why he was going to ask you to gather gold and riches. It's obviously to fuel this horde that's probably collecting down there. And you convinced him to go talk to this dragon and asking it to move, as previously you learnt about the tree stump itself. It's not at rest. It hasn't fully become one with nature. The dryad that was petrified told you that something is corrupting this outlying area, and it most likely has something to do with what's below. So let's see how those negotiations went. You guys are just chilling out in the bedroom at the moment, waiting for his return, when you suddenly heard a loud thud. And it kind of went quiet after that. You're waiting for Agdon to return, but it doesn't seem like he's coming back swiftly, and that door's still closed. But what do you guys do when you hear this loud thud from down there?
I'll get up and go peek down the stairs and see if I can see what's going on. Since I'm the ranger, so it's my job to protect everyone. So okay, so Xaxx, you stay there, okay?
Oh,
Have
I'm
fun.
going everywhere.
Ah,
Oh,
okay.
We
All
will
right.
we will try to keep an eye on him. But you go down where the danger is, and we will do the babysitting. Everything is okay.
Uh, Thank you,
I like this.
Rodolfo.
I
And
like. I like this plan very much.
y'all stay there until I let you know what's here.
Are you
If you
sure you
flick
don't?
the
Shout if you need help.
Are
Okay.
you,
Bye.
are you sure you don't want me to go? I can teleport back.
Agdon? Agdon, are you down there?
Okay, no
Agdon.
problem.
you don't hear a response, but you can roll me a perception check as you've opened the
Okay.
door and you've descended a few steps down into this musty tree stump. You can smell the scent of rot, like kind of stagnant water, perhaps.
Shoot.
Um,
Okay.
it's it's quite muffled still, even though you've opened the door,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
not hearing much.
All right. I'm gonna go back up just for a second. I'm gonna go out and say, I'm not hearing much. And just so y'all know, I'm gonna go a little bit further down. Um, Solomon, if you want to follow me so that you can teleport out, that's fine. I just I don't want anybody to get crispy crittered. So if you wanna follow me, that's fine. Just stay behind me and get out the second there's a problem. That way we're only needing to cure or heal one person in the party. Okay,
Okay.
all right, I'm gonna go back in and is this a spiral staircase that I'm
It
going
is.
down?
Yeah, it's like the center has been hollowed out, and you can still
Okay.
see some of the rings of the tree on the steps. But as you descend down further, you finally come out into a clearing, and you can see there's a small mossy hillock that you're resting onto, and a swampy water surrounds you. A low hanging fog just caresses the top of the waterline, but you can't see any sign of Agdon. But
Okay.
there is this pillar of the staircase in your blocking perhaps your sight.
All right. I speak Draconic because there was a dragon that lived in the mountains next to us and loved to
Oh.
trade stories. Uh,
Agdon
uh,
did say that he taught the dragon Sylvan. That's
okay.
yeah. You can
I
also
don't
try
know
Draconic.
Sylvan, so
That's all right. Yeah, go ahead with
I'm gonna
Draconic instead.
try in Draconic to say hello. Is anybody there?
Okay. So this sort of growly like dialect echoes around in this hollowed out tree stump, and immediately you hear the kind of clinking of coins, almost as if something large is shifting on a pile, and you hear a snort and a kind of raspy, growly voice back. It says, "Who goes there? Who are you?"
Hi, I am Tanwen. I am with the Monarch of the Witchlight. We are looking for Agdon, who came down to talk to you for just a moment and take him away from you if he is annoying you.
Acton, that fur-brained idiot is right where I left him.
Where did you leave him, noble dragon?
Soaking in a pile of mud.
Oh dear. Can you uh, tell me the direction, or do I have your permission to walk out of the stairs and onto the hillock so that I could see you?
As you have shown such manners, yes, you may approach.
It collides with the wall.
As you step around the corner, you indeed see an entire pile of coins, most of which is kind of copper and silver. There's a few flecks of gold in there as well, but lounging atop, tail kind of swaying back and forth, almost leisurely, is a black scaled dragon, horns pointed and curved forward like that of a bull, and you see a pair of serpentine-like eyes catch yours in the dim light, and they narrow and open and widen seemingly like sizing you up, perhaps.
Since you have been so incredibly gracious to allow me to come around, I would like to offer a tribute to your hoard, and I will throw it a gold piece.
Ah, now that is a better gesture than Agdon's.
So,
His wasn't even minted.
Agdon has suffered some setbacks.
Yes, he's still alive.
He has suffered some setbacks today, and is not himself at all. So, um, with your permission, may I drag him out of your purview and back upstairs so that he can bother you no more?
Well, yes, that would be appreciated. He is a sore sight for my eyes.
Then I will toss the dragon a second gold piece for being so incredibly generous with allowing me to take Agdon back upstairs.
And before you go, you see the creature sort of lean forward, their neck extending out, and just to try and get a peek at just how many gold coins you have in that pouch. And how many do you have, out of curiosity?
I
It's
only have
looking.
like 7, I believe. Let's see.
I'm looking here. She has 2.
Oh,
Oh my.
oh, I only have 2 left. Okay, well, I am so sorry, Noble Dragon, that I don't have any more gold, but perhaps I can find more if we can continue this conversation.
Ah. When gold is in short supply, gemstones are always a suitable substitution.
I will remember that. Would it be, do I have your permission to come back down and talk to you some more?
Of course. Yes.
Um,
I
before I
need
go, what is your name?
You are in the presence of Ixjaharata.
Ixjaharatar. It is my
Yes.
honor and privilege to have met you. So, and before I go, can I tell if this is an obsidian dragon or a black dragon?
It
Can I
is.
tell what type of dragon it is?
Yeah, it just as a glance, you can see the darkened black scales. It is indeed a black dragon,
Okay.
though I'm not sure if there even is an obsidian star dragon. Maybe
I thought
gemstones,
thought there was one in the gemstones, but I may be
perhaps.
misremembering.
Perhaps there is, but they're a lot rarer and more secluded. But yeah, this is 100% a black dragon, and mostly you can tell from just the horns. Each dragon seems to have a different stylistic sort of curvature or pointiness to the horns, and this most definitely represents a black one. In fact,
Okay.
yeah, I want to get some artwork for you. There you go. You see how the horn's going to always curl around
Oh,
forward.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it this size?
No, this is a picture of a larger dragon for sure.
Okay.
The dragon you're seeing is about the same size as you can see the token.
Okay.
Yeah, the wingspan's what makes them perhaps look more intimidatingly larger, but they're not terribly large. Like they couldn't swallow you in one bite, for example.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay. Um, well, I am going to take Agdon, and I am going
Mhm.
to get this vermin out of your presence, noble
Yes.
dragon.
I
So,
have no further need for him. Seems as though his weakness has finally shown.
all right. So,
All right, you drag back Agdon up the stairs, his feet kind of probably bumping
yeah.
against each step. And finally, you drag him out onto the bedroom. Looks like he suffered quite an injury. We've got like this bloodied jaw. His eyes are like kind of blackened, probably from a bruise. But yeah, he's
I need
looking bad.
somebody with more healing than I can deal. Looks like Agdon got really beat up. It's a black dragon. It's not a full-grown black dragon down there, but it is definitely a black dragon. He has a very pitiful horde. I gave my last 2 gold pieces just to get in, talk to him,
It's
get Agdon out, and a promise to go back down.
it is a female black dragon as well. I just
Oh,
mentioned it because I think Agdon did say it last session as well.
Is he dead?
oh, I am so sorry. I
Yeah, no problem.
apologize for not
Is it-
remembering that.
Is he
That's all right.
dead?
I don't know
Agdon
if I
seems
don't think
unconscious
Agdon's
now.
dead.
Yeah.
All right, maybe we should leave him like this then, so if we have to deal with the dragon, we don't have disagreements.
Well, we definitely need a strategy for dealing with the dragon.
How about help? Help! I've been attacked by a black dragon in the basement. Sound the alarm! Come help!
um, that is definitely one strategy.
He's already shouted this out loud.
I'm not sure that that's the most
What the-
optimum way of getting the dragon out of the tree, because if we kill the dragon, we're going to have to figure out how to carry it out. Either we're going to have to butcher it and carry out pieces. We promised the dryad we would get the dragon out. So I think we need to maybe think of a way to get the dragon to walk out on its own volition. Tarquin, Rodolfo, what do y'all think?
I mean, beyond the gold, what is it want? Dragons, they are evil, right? They
Hmm.
are they
Well,
interested in power?
well,
Because
from at least the few stories I've heard, it depends dragon to dragon, but mostly I think they just want to sate their greed one way or another.
hmm,
The problem, of course, is, I mean, even a small dragon's going to have difficulty getting up these stairs unless there's another way out.
It's at this point, of course, after shouting, "There's a dragon!" you hear a few of the Herringon getting up, rushing in, bursting through the door, and going, "What? What? Someone said dragon? What the? What happened?
In the basement.
Agdon,
Also,
what did you guys do?
did you sound the alarm?
The alarm?
do we want to panic people? Do we want to panic the
Right.
dragon? I mean, we don't
No,
want to.
let's
Oh.
not. Everybody
Did
on
you do this?
Agdon's authority and
No. This is-
and anticipation of his highness.
You-
Tarquin, what is your official title as monarch? His
Witchlight
Majesty
monarch.
or his highness?
Yeah.
No,
It's
his highness,
Yeah.
his majesty.
Yeah.
It's fine. Just right.
I believe it is Your Majesty for kings and Highness for princes.
Hey, where's that
Okay.
one going?
I just
Oh.
oh,
Xaxx. Oh, great.
Xaxx has
I
wandered
figured
all-
down the steps.
if we're
all-
dealing with the dragon, we'd need more hands. So I called for help.
No,
Right.
you all sit down. Just stay here for a minute. Can you take care of Agdon for us? So we're gonna take Agdon over, and
Put
we're
him
gonna
on his bed.
put him on his bed. And I need for all of y'all to take care of Agdon. He's been hurt, and then let us deal with the dragon. I think our dragon board went down to talk to the dragon.
When you
Yes.
say take care, you mean take care of him or take
We'll
care?
go
Hey.
down there as a group and see how things go.
First of all,
Okay.
what are you talking about? A dragon?
Right.
It's-
Dip, 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 dip.
You've
What do you-
got a swamp dragon down
Right.
there. It's a
Ag-
black dragon. This is
And you're
Ag-
telling me that did this?
Yeah, Agdon's been raising a dragon as a weapon downstairs. That's why he's had you guys going
What?
after gold.
Wait. A dragon? Yeah.
Yeah.
A full grown one,
No,
or
he hatched it from an egg. It's a few years old.
the heck? They generally do seem like completely caught off guard by this. I had no idea.
So what?
Out of curiosity, what did you think all the gold and coins was for?
Well, part of it was tribute for Bavlorna,
Hmm.
but I guess
No.
I don't know.
Okay.
I thought it
So
was.
you guys, stay up here. Keep an eye on Agdon. We will deal with the dragon one way or another.
Wait, that not helping
And
us?
we mean take care in a positive sense, not murder
Yes.
him in his sleep.
If we go down there too mob-handed, it's going to turn into a fight immediately. So we got to go down there carefully. So, and
Well,
considering these guys, no offense, look at least similar in style to Agdon. I mean, I'm not going to get mistaken from him. I'm too white. Emperor. They might get mistaken for him, and he's clearly pissed the dragon off. So it's probably best for them to stay up if we don't want it to immediately go into a fight.
All right. Speaking of,
And
we're gonna
y'all
jump
need
down
to,
the tree trunk.
yeah, y'all need to obey His Majesty.
Yep. You guys stay up here. We will deal with the dragon.
So, about a
Okay.
moment before that, Xaxx had wandered down, and we're just gonna rewind to see what happened there. Xaxx, you've still probably on a bit of a come down from the trip, but I reckon you're gaining your senses gradually at this point, and you can wade through the swampy water, and you can see the dragon sitting upon the pile of gold, or copper more like. But nonetheless, they seem to be flicking that newly added coin between their two claws, inspecting its luster, and then you approach.
There's some crispy critters down here. Is there any you want to
Crispy?
share? Yeah.
What? Do you mean as in burn?
Cooked in general would be nice.
What do you take me
Hey.
for?
Well, I was getting to that.
I'm not a
You're a
red dragon.
dragon.
Not one that breathes fire.
No,
You
but
mistake
you're a
me for
dragon
my
still.
uglier cousins, the red dragons.
I'm a dragon too.
Sort of. Yet you lack wings.
Well, I'm working on that. How'd you get here? You just sort of always been down here?
This is my lair, and I should be asking you what you are doing here.
I took the stairs down, and then I asked you some questions. So
I'm the
what's
one who should
your
be asking
like?
questions. Like,
Okay, you wanna
where's
okay,
your
ask me some
tribute?
questions? Oh, what kind of thing do you want for tribute? I have some mushrooms I just picked that were really fun. Um, I've got a stuffed animal.
They look at you with disgust.
Like I got ooh, I got a pouch. Like it's just a pouch with like some rocks in it and whatnot. I've got a deck of cards.
They raise their eyebrow for a moment at the deck of cards, but then they seem to catch themselves and they're like, those sound like trinkets for mere mortals. Can you not see the hoard before you of wealth, of coin?
Is that all yours?
Every
Can I?
last penny.
Do you know how much is here? Have you counted it?
Yes, I've had time.
And
Well, they bring out like a list, adjust their monocles, and start counting. I've actually got a list. Hold on, I'll find out for you. They say they've got a hoard of is it 1,000 copper pieces, 650 silver, and 50 gold, and 3 hermatites, and a few trinkets and baubles.
Oh, you have some trinkets. What kind of trinkets do you have? I'm switching to Draconic now as well.
Okay, they start sifting through, and they say, "You want to actually see them? You want to gaze upon my hoard and appreciate its beauty? Yes, yes." As they like
Of course, of course.
sifting through.
Isn't that the point of it? Is to appreciate the hoard, not just ignore it and forget about it?
Of course. Once it is so large, you will have to bow before it. And I'm just going to quickly bring up the table because she does have 2d4 trinkets random. I'm going to just roll them. Let's see. Trinkets. She pulls out a pendant that shows phases of the moon. Wow.
Oh,
Almost as if fate itself has brought this to the top of the pile. She sifts through and finds this moon-like pendant and shows it to you, and then perhaps recognizes the same sort of symbology on your own outfit, and then notices it and says, "Ah, seems this one has shown itself to you."
yeah. Moon stuff is kind of my thing. You want to trade for that?
What? A trade?
Yeah, you give me that pendant, and I give you like something else.
Hmm. This is amusing. What have you got to offer?
Like I said, I got the mushrooms. I have a gold earring actually. Also, if you like gold, I have
It
a
is
carnival
on.
ticket that's been used 5 times.
No, pass.
I have some rope.
Do you have any treasures of old
I have
artifacts?
stilts. I have stilts. Do you like stilts?
Hmm.
They make you feel taller. And then if you need to like walk around like the swampy water here, then you won't get stuck as
I have no
easily if you get
need
stuck
for
there.
rotten sticks. I have
Oh.
wings. Can you not tell?
Well, maybe if you got tired of flying and you wanted to walk a little bit.
Well, I can
What
breathe under the water, so that makes no
oh,
difference.
I can't do that just yet either. So you got 2 things on me. You got the breathing underwater and the flying, and I can't. How you can fly already? Dang.
The gold will be of a suitable trade, but let me see them.
You want the gold earring? Okay, I'll trade you with the gold earring, and I'll
Okay.
pull out the gold earring that I took from. I think it was the chef guy.
Oh yeah, it
No,
was.
it was the freebooter, the one
That
Right.
was
that
the
we
other guy.
knocked out at the door.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So with this, as part of this trade, I'd like you to make a persuasion check as well,
I'm
and
good
see
at
if
persuasion.
she bites. Oh,
So good.
quite literally. Uh, she looks at this ring and says, "Ah, I was expecting far more. This isn't even real gold, is it?"
I think it is. I
She
mean,
bites.
I'll let you inspect the earring to see if it's real gold. If you let me inspect the pendant, just to see if the moon cycles are accurate.
They look back at the moon pendant that is still sitting on the top of the pile, and she says, "You can see it quite clearly from where you are standing." And aggressively, she snaps her jaws towards your hand that's holding the ring. The jaws come close to like nearly biting your hand off. Do you let it go, or do you flinch at all as this comes towards you?
I probably flinch back, yeah, but I'm still gonna hold on to the earring.
So she tries to bite onto it to test its gold worth, and she kind of laughs at the flinching nature, almost like a cruelness to her. She says, "You can keep your petty little ring. This pendant
you.
is worth more."
Well, I'm not gonna
And
disagree with you there because I do really want it. But hey, I got a question for you. Since I answered one of your questions, maybe you can answer one of my questions.
Make it quick.
What's like, you know, your goal in life? Like, what do you want to do?
Well, that goal is just simply shifted. Now, Agdon showing their weakness and the preposterous notion that I should move. Seems I'm going to need more loyal and stronger subjects.
Okay. Okay.
And you seem
And
to have
then
an
once
eye for treasures.
I have an eye for many things,
Then
treasures
perhaps,
being one of them.
then perhaps you'd prefer to work for me, Ixjarata, as I gather my hoard and grow my strength.
Right.
You'll be
Okay. So I worked for you, and then what do I get? Do I get paid or anything? We were talking about vacation days with the other guy before. Do you give out vacation days?
You've got a sense of humor as well. That will be good on the days I've got just sitting on my hoard. No, you are supposed to be honored to have worked for such a powerful, majestic creature such as I. You'll be rewarded
Yes.
with station, position of power, security.
Okay. Okay. This is all good. And then what do you get? Like, okay? I work for you. I help you get a hoard, and you stay here in the tree or something, or like.
Mm,
Is it just a hoard is your goal, just to accumulate? Like, is there? I'm
At
just
some
trying to figure out where I'm at here, trying to weigh my options with the different employers I got going. You know?
at some point, this little hovel might be too small. I might outgrow it, and in that case, I
Yeah.
would need help shifting the horde. And
Oh, okay. A move. You maybe hire a moving company. Yeah. Okay. We'll get some
indeed,
freelancers in to do that. Yeah.
but I have to be careful of thieves in such a transfer. Many a dragon I've heard of fallen in such,
You've
well,
heard of other dragons, but
misfortune.
haven't you just been down here the whole time? You've heard of other dragons already? Is there like a
Yes.
psychic link that I'm not aware of? Am I not on the group chat?
No, Agdon has a few books on that library shelf of his.
Oh, oh, that's good to know. Books on the library shelf.
Yes, that little. I tend to read a few when I'm done counting the gold here. At this point, I would say everyone else probably comes down and overhears this conversation going on.
Yeah, Tarquin just
So I get station and I get you to read to me every night. I mean,
Yeah.
sounding like a good deal.
Yeah, everyone else has heard this.
Yeah.
Sort of negotiation.
Tarquin
Oh,
walks around
the second
corner.
half there was all in Draconic though, right? So unless you
That's
speak
true.
Draconic.
Yeah, that's fine then.
Yeah, Tarquin listened to the first half and was beginning to get some ideas. Then he went Draconic, and he just sort of looks to Xaxx with a look of like, could have at least kept it in the language I understood, so I could plan for things. But okay. And then
Solid.
Hey, hi, hi, Tarquin and Tanwen, and
Solomon,
so
not knowing what's going on, just walks down the stairs, talking to Tanwen, saying, "Remember how Bavlorna said she could beat any black dragon? Preposterous! I don't believe it."
Okay, you're saying this as she's sort of already in the middle of a sentence as well, saying there was this one dragon, or Malagos, a green one, I believe, who was transferring the horde when they were killed by What did you just say? And they overhear you say
yeah,
that.
Tarquin sort of
Such
trying
excellence.
to quickly adapt. Yes, we heard that that Bavlorna thinks she's pretty high and mighty. Reckons no dragon could ever be a match them, not even one as mighty as you, Xaxx.
I believe she said you were too scared to even leave this tree.
You're maybe too scared to
Bavlorna.
give me that pendant.
Bavlorna shouldn't even know about me.
You think Agdon could keep a secret? Ha!
I mean, he told us, so.
Yeah.
Plus, who's to say all those people up there are loyal to him fully?
Yeah, they are.
Roll a deception check, one of you, with I'll just say flat on this occasion.
Okay, that should probably be me, as I've got the. I'm trying to. For some reason, I appear to be poisoned, and I can't think why I would be.
That's not poison. That's a disease, and you've got a. It's just a reminder that you've got that.
Yep. Okay, that's fine.
Eye roll. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, in which case this will not roll with disadvantage.
No, it shouldn't.
Yes.
Well.
Hey.
Okay. Well, let's see. Contested this.
I know.
Oh, that's probably not good.
That idiot Agdon. First running his mouth, then proposing preposterous notions that I should leave my lair.
Well,
I mean, you were just talking about leaving your lair to me.
Not
You were saying you're going to have to do it eventually anyway, so...
His is,
Only once my hoard is of a size that this little hovel can't contain. And I don't want to get trapped down here.
Just a quick thing. Do we have to say your full name the entire time when we address you, or can I shorten it just for speed?
You shorten my name, and I'll shorten your life, Erringon.
That's fair. I just wanted to, establish some ground rules. So, here's the thing.
It's a very good threat, Master.
Tarquin, this is how you say noble dragon in Draconics. And then I'm going to say noble dragon in Draconic to teach him how to say that.
There, someone who knows their manners.
Well, here's the thing. Repeats the word for noble dragon. And then we'll say the name as well.
Right.
So, not only, right, has he gone running his mouth to Bavlorna about you, from what the other Harengon upstairs were just telling me, he's not even been giving you all of the gold and treasure that he's been getting. He's been giving part of it to Bavlorna. Stuff that should be rightfully yours.
She absolutely seethed, and you could even see acid sort of building up in the gums.
Yeah,
almost like she's sort of almost like rabies, almost like frothing with this acid.
Yeah.
Oh, Master, you probably shouldn't. Make sure you keep a control of yourself here. We're getting a little upset here.
Don't tell me what to do.
But
sorry, Master. By the way, guys, I'm with this guy now. We're dragoning together.
Off the pile. Down in the swamp where you belong.
Okay,
well,
I'm down. I'm kind of, on the side of the pile here.
Here's the thing, Xaxx. So we obviously don't like to see such what's the right word? Abominations occur as someone giving over a dragon's gold to someone else. So, although you don't need our help, I'm sure you would appreciate every little edge you can get. After all, Bavlorna's a sneaky one. I bet they've got all kinds of traps. We're proposing that maybe we help you deal with Bavlorna, and then you can have any of the gold, silver, copper, gemstones there. that she's
Yeah.
got. We just
Yeah.
want to get the things that she's stolen from us, and also get things back to normal. She's a thief. That's what she is.
Yeah, prove to her that she's a liar and you can totally beat her ass and steal her gold.
And she is unfit to rule hither.
Exactly.
Precisely correct.
You know, a cottage would actually be a good place to move my horde. Once you
exactly
extract her.
You mean where we extract her? Under your command, of course.
The king and queen does not do the dirty work. Their pawns and thralls do.
We will deal with her and allow you, and not allow, that's the wrong word, and help you establish yourself there. Is there anything you could do to assist us to make our chances greater?
I see. You're looking for magical items and aiding your...
Perhaps, after
Your
all,
point.
whilst of course Bavlorna is no match for yourselves, we're just mere mortals. Except maybe Xaxx, he's at least part dragon, so I'm not quite sure.
Wait, since when
I'm
did
just missing the wings, really.
Since when did kings and queens not ride into battle?
It really depends. I mean, I'm technically a king, sort of, and I'm
Go into battle
but
all the time.
But not all of them do. Some of them, like Xaxx, prefer to save themselves for the peak moment where they can unleash their full fury on their enemies, but reduce them to piles of
I
goo.
killed Bavlorna, their death would be too quick.
Exactly.
No, I want them to die by 1,000 cuts with your little pointy daggers and arrows. Seems far more fitting.
Yes.
Then I will come and melt their corpse when I am ready.
Then if there is anything you could do to help, or perhaps even a way that we could contact you to let you know when it's done.
So you can roll me a charisma persuasion check for sure with this. They seem to be considering looking over their hoard for an item that might assist you.
Can I have
but
some crispy
do they
leaves,
have...
Solomon?
What's that?
Can I have some crispy leaves for this?
Yeah, I'm just like passing them behind his back.
Do they have the temperance to...
Oh, you need it.
hand over one of their treasures? Oh.
Can I take a look at the hoard to see if I can find what they're looking for, or see?
They do have something that they're actually eyeing right now. What did you get in total? 10?
Yeah, it's not huge. I don't know if the points that we're making give us any other bonuses like advantage, considering how well reasoned our argument is and how good the deception was, but
They absolutely are considering it, but you're asking for treasure, almost like a loan, and they're so covetous of their hoard. It's like asking you to hand over your deck of cards, right?
Yeah, and Tarquin will add, and as a payment for the loan, I can give you these 3 gold pieces. It's all the gold I have.
I'll add 9.
As you're gathering the gold and rooting through your pockets, Xaxx, you actually notice what they're eyeing up. It is an ornament, like a black opal bracelet. It seems to be able to probably fit over the wrist, and it has been carved to give the impression that's been made of black dragon scales. That seems to be something they're eyeing up as you're asking for magical items that might help you.
Yeah, so we're going to be offering 12 gold pieces and 2 tiger eye gems.
How far away is the item from where I'm standing right now?
It's sort of in the middle of the pile, underneath her neck. So, 5 foot at most. Can considering like elevation as it kind of gets to it's near the top of the bar, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and she kind of like looks down at her for a moment. Her neck kind of bends down, but then catching herself, sort of bowing, she immediately pulls her head back up and keeps this kind of this chin up in the air sort of look. And she looks down at your gold and gemstones that you've kind of gathered as a potential forward payment. How much is it in total? Something like 24 plus the gems?
It's 12 gold in total plus the gems, which I think were worth 10 gold each, I think you said.
They
Yes,
were.
10 gold each. Yep.
So it's basically
So
32 gold pieces worth. And looking at them, I would say the tiger eyes, and Tarquin is even going to say it, and these gemstones almost match the colour of your eyes. Not quite as amazing and dazzling and terrifying, but, you know, after all, a tiger's eye can never compare to a dragon's eye, but...
Gold and gemstones are one thing, but they don't quite compare to the treasure I had in mind.
What do you have in mind?
Well, this is certainly worth more than 30-odd gold. And they gesture, this time grabbing the bracelet with the claw, turning it upside down as gold coins spill over it and out of the finger gaps. You see the scaled ornament.
What about a trinket back?
I believe it is a magical bracelet.
I have a magical glove.
This is made of black scales.
This is made of illusions. Like, if you can... What do dragons do? Do they roar? Yeah, I think they roar. If you can roar really loud, this can make you roar even louder.
I am not a green dragon. Do you take me for a petty little illusionist? No.
No, just make
play with my field. I will
make you even scarier.
I think what my friend Solomon is suggesting, your nobleness, is that when you eventually take your place, being able to amplify your voice so even more people can hear when you want to command them could be very useful.
Yeah, that.
Master, can I have a quick conference with you, just to the side?
Certainly. And you see them turn their back. The tail curls around and forms like a little barrier, and the neck comes down to meet yours. Yes.
All right. So here's the thing. I think we need to think about this as an investment in our future, right? You know, Master, kindly and generously, beyond all generosity, allow them to borrow this gem in order to help you take over Bavlorna, and then in turn you get so much more. It's an investment in the future of this organization that we're starting.
But it's so little.
Yeah,
they would need to empty their coffers in order to trade for something as wondrous as this.
No, but just think about what Bavlorna would have. It'd be way more than what this little thing is worth. And then you'd have all of that.
I see.
Right?
I noticed
you pay a little bit now, and then you get all the benefit after that. And they don't need to know about this.
Yeah, perhaps. There's also a jingling to your coin pouch, I've noticed.
Oh, that's the ring. Yeah. And then I have the mushrooms in there as well. Do you want a mushroom?
No.
Seriously, they're a ton of fun.
I can smell the wealth oozing from your coin pouch. It's obsidian, yes. The eyes kind of glowing and widening as they just look straight towards them. You do have an
Yes,
obsidian gem.
I do
24
I do
gold.
have some obsidian. I do have an obsidian gem. How about this? Okay. I'll put in my stake as well. You know,
Yeah.
I'll put in the obsidian gem along with what they're offering. And
Mhm.
then, you know, that just increases the collateral that this group is putting up. And then I'm putting some of my own into it as well, so that when we get it back and we take over Bavlorna's, I get a little piece of it, you know, back as well. I get a small percentage, like, you know, 30%, 35%.
Wow, negotiating pretty hard there. I'll give you a persuasion check as well at this point.
Holy crap! I was not expecting it to
And
go this way.
this doesn't go through. Oh my
Oh my
god!
god.
The roll. So sorry.
Almost.
That was so annoying, man. They say, "How about this? You leave your gold and that obsidian gem as collateral. I'm putting my investment, my time, in yours, in this venture to actually defeat Bavlorna. But I don't know how strong you are. You might just fail like Agdon has."
Well, we beat Agdon pretty easily, if I'm being completely honest. So
The
Bavlorna should be,
deal.
you know,
The deal is this:
okay.
you can have this trinket if you are
Yeah.
so desperate for it, but only after you have dealt with Bavlorna. You can consider it a reward. I'm
The
not
trinket
making
you're
an
talking about,
investment in adventurers when one has so very recently failed me.
well, Agdon wasn't really an adventurer, if we're being strict on it. He kind of
No,
had a
he was
base of operations and was sort of like a local territory um gang leader, I guess I would say. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I'm not trying to go against it. Here, how about this? Okay.
no, that is
Whatever
my
they're
final
offering.
offer.
Okay, can I run it by them?
Yes.
Okay.
And she uncurls the tail, and to your relief,
As
Xaxx
she's
is
doing
alive.
that, I want to try to swipe the pendant underneath her.
You are risking it all. Okay, give me a sleight of hand.
Because she's distracted by moving about.
There is a bit of movement. You are
And
on top of the pile.
oh no!
I don't know why. Didn't go well. Oh, sorry. I
Oh,
slipped.
Lord.
I slipped.
Okay, they have a passive perception much higher than that. And as soon as you try to swipe it, they are going to immediately grab a hold of you. But I'm going to say, give me an athletics or acrobatics first to see.
I'll do acrobatics because I probably have higher than that.
Oh, okay. Pretty damn good.
The-
Okay, I'm going to try and grab you. Not natural 1 to a natural 20. It's as she's moving, all this displacement of coins. You're sort of like actually sliding down it, like you're on a pile of moving rock, and you easily duck underneath this claw that was very visibly trying to grab a hold of your throat. But in that same swipe, she does stop you from getting a hold of the item, and she looks at you with a scowl. Explain yourself. You are like the rest of them, aren't you, little
no,
thief?
I just slipped. Trust. Gotta have some faith in the system here.
She rears
Oh,
up, begins walking
okay.
towards you. Nothing you
Uh,
say is of little value now.
okay. Okay. I
Now
fucked
you
up, guys.
run with your tail
Does this mean
between
I'm
your
fired?
legs.
Does this mean I'm fired?
Tarquin just stands there and goes,
Oh, you're on that side.
Noble dragon, noble dragon, please quench
Fury?
quench your anger. I have never known this dragonborn to lie. If he said he slipped, he slipped. And please understand that we mean no disrespect. We are.
Enough with your pleasantries. And she sees Solomon jump up onto that pile and immediately try to grab the item.
It's
Though
going so
as soon as
well.
she told even Xaxx to get off her treasure hoard, but as soon as you start to get near it, before you grab it, I'm gonna call for initiative.
But
She's
she
had
was
enough.
But she was on the other side chasing Xaxx, and then I was stood here, and then suddenly she had time to get back round.
She did not leave and let her eyes off of her hoard, especially after Xaxx tried to grab something. She's not about to just let everyone pile in. She's had enough. This has just been bad roll after bad roll, and unfortunately, she's reached her limit in terms of patience. She immediately spins round towards you and begins barreling towards Solomon, who's now sat atop the pile of coins. She can hear you going up them. It makes quite an audible sound, like chinking of coins, baubles, and trinkets falling over one another. It's a loud enough sound. Tarquin, you're up first.
Yeah, Tarquin is just like, we were so close for this to go peacefully. Why? Bloody dragons
Too
and
greedy.
their greed.
It's too greedy.
So Tarquin is gonna run up, pull out, because it's possible that they have some sort of resistance to non-magical weapons. Is gonna swing with the Maypole quarterstaff on them.
Okay, go ahead. It bounces off the back of this whipping tail that is like a flail armored with scales, threatening to slice open your flesh. Yeah, that's a miss.
Right. Okay, he'll follow it up with a punch.
Okay. Getting used to kind of the movements of the tail, you predict its angle this time and manage to thwomp straight onto the underside, where it's much less armored and hard. It's more softer.
And then he's
on the
underside reposition himself to here, so he's not in line with any of the rest. Because if there's one thing everyone knows about dragons,
yep,
breath weapons.
You got that correct. In fact, Solomon's asking for one right now.
Leave my friends alone.
Oh, damn it! Black. It's a black. I'm hoping a black dragon's a dex save. Can't remember what type of save it is.
She is gonna maneuver and actually provoke an attack of opportunity from you, Tarquin. Wow, you actually hit her. Yeah, 9 bludgeoning with the maypole. Oh, okay. That was a hefty hit. Just as she's turning around, she exposes her head.
Yeah.
And yeah, you get a decent crack over her, snapping one of the horns on her head. But with that, she rears back, begins bellowing and building up bile in her mouth, and then spews it in your direction over the top of her horse. So it just sort of sprays in this direction. And I need Solomon and Tarquin to roll me.
Oh my god!
Yes, dex
one
save.
Of those.
Oh, thank god.
Thank god you both actually succeeded. Otherwise, that would be enough damage.
But that's still enough to knock me unconscious.
It is, but it's not death, which is a far more.
I don't think I have anything that will help me in this case. I'm just checking in case.
Okay.
No,
Solomon, you are hit full blast in the face, but somehow you're able to either duck or use the treasure as sort of somewhat of a cover. And the scorching, searing pain over your body, it feels like you've been set on fire. But as you look over your skin, it's starting to melt away. Bits of bone are exposed. Your hair is almost completely disintegrated from this blast. Tarquin gets just behind this log or root that's sticking out, but you see enough of it hits them on the arm and shoulder that they twirl around and land into the mud. Hopefully, washing some of it off, but their body is laying there in the pool of greenish ichor. That is its action. Solomon, you're up. Just barely. Go ahead.
Can you do a bonus action as an action?
You're trying to do 2 bonuses in one go.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
wondering
yeah.
if you can do a bonus action as an action.
Not normally, no.
Okay then. I am going to feed Tarquin a good berry as an action then.
Okay, that works.
And picking up this item that, well, I
Yep.
guess I already picked it up. I'm going to first step out of here. Up top.
Okay.
I'm
You
just
can go
like,
directly up, yeah.
yeah, I'm just
Wait,
like,
you have to see where you go with face step.
no, you don't. I don't believe. Oh, you can see.
Okay. So you could
Okay.
go.
Yeah, I could go to here and go up the stairs with my
Yes. Yes.
So I just look at the dragon and I go, Bavlorna was right, you are a coward. And to here, which is exactly 30 feet, and then I'm like, I gotta go, guys. Bye.
And I was right. All of you are the same. Little thieves, pickpockets, tricksters.
And then as I get to the top of here, I'm like, the dragon's angry with you all. Go attack it. Save yourselves.
What was the
You
second?
ask too much.
What was the secondary effect of your face step this time?
Oh yeah, the secondary effect. Da 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 da. Charm it?
Is it?
I've got one of 2, autumn or winter. Oh, but I roll a d2 and see which one it is. Autumn is 1.
Yep.
Winter is 2.
Okay.
I
Autumn?
charm it. Try and charm it. Wisdom save.
Wisdom save? Alright. I don't think it's getting tricked anymore from your magic. No, it has no effect.
But,
Snorting and even more enraged, the fact that one of its horns has literally snapped off. It's just looking around for the next target to snap its jaws around.
Yeah,
That's going to be your go?
I also just quickly say, go save your king!
Did you just say one of its horns snapped off?
Yeah, Tarquin heftily injured the dragon when it tried to maneuver around, and Tarquin saw that opportunity to like really wallop the creature hard. But it's Rodolfo's go now. What do you want to do?
He wants to stay as hidden as he can between Tanwen and Xaxx.
Yeah.
Step like 5 foot out, Eldritch Blast, and then step back into shelter.
Got it.
If he's going to try and avoid even being seen, if possible. Nope, nothing.
You try to keep this movement fluid and fast, but in that hasty action, you don't have enough time to aim at the creature as it's twirling around, and you instead impact one of the roots at the back of the tree stump. She doesn't notice, perhaps, that it did happen though, but she's looking in Tanwen's direction next, perhaps.
Okay. Yep. Then he'll step back into shelter and stay quiet. He's not going to draw attention to himself if he can.
Tanwen, you're back.
Okay. I am going to use my longbow, and
good lord, the rolls.
Oh no. Okay.
You're on target, but this arrow just splinters on the armor. Yeah.
Get for trusting Tarragon arrows. Okay. I am going to step back as well if I can.
Yeah.
Behind the stairs so I don't get blasted by acid.
Okay. And then Xaxx.
Okay. I'm gonna. Oh, I can't go that way. So it's 5, 10, 15,
Mm-hmm.
20, 30, right on top of him. I want to try to
Okay.
jump on top of Jahar.
Jaharata. Yep.
Jaharadar, yeah. I want to try to jump on top.
Okay. They are not as massive as you think when you jump on top. Like, yeah, they've got wingspan, but they're not like a massive creature that you could potentially even ride. But if you do want to get on top and ride them, it'd be tricky. But
just to get on the back and then wrap my arms around their neck a little bit.
okay, do you try to grapple them?
I'm not trying to grapple. No.
Okay, what do you want to do then?
I am going to inflict wounds.
Oh,
Okay.
Well, if you pull that
All right.
that is so good if it works.
If you can connect, if you can get to a part of its body as it's thrashing around, 14 is not a hit, I'm afraid. It sees you coming, it buffets its wings, the tail whips around trying to swat you away, and all the while, yeah, it pushes you enough that you kind of don't end up mounting it, but you're right directly in front of it. And instead, you have gnashing jaws to contend with, but your spell fades from your fingertips, unable to grasp onto it in time.
Okay.
Anything as a weapon?
I will. Oh, I don't think I may have already used. No, I didn't use this yet. I'm gonna use a bonus action to harness divine power and get a spell slot back.
Okay.
That's my one use of that.
All right.
And I think that's everything I can do.
Okay, back to you, Tarquin. You're alive.
Right.
You suddenly feel a tiny bit of life essence gifted to you, and it tastes in your mouth. Pretty sweet, but also there's an acrid smell all over you.
He will get up, probably standing up with the Maypole Court stuff, and just sort of look over to Xaxx. It's like, I didn't hear no bell.
Brilliant.
Damn dice, I saw that
good
almost
lord.
17.
Yeah. You guys need to really roll above a 10.
Okay. I'm gonna flurry of blows this because it gives me that extra attack.
Okay.
There's such bad die rolls today.
Yeah, and she's a hard one to hit for sure. You had a really good start, but... Oh, there we go. Okay, making some progress finally. After pummeling, you start to maybe crack through the armor and finally get underneath one of these scales and thump right into them, like probably in the liver of this beast, and it like lets out this wincing pain, like. She seems winded. She seems wounded. It is on. This is close.
And Tarquin's like, I reckon Bavlorna was right. You're no match for her, but I fucking am.
Amazing. All right. Jaharata has just realized she's been penned in here, kind of. The fact that you guys have cornered her. Was going to go out for those missile-wielding cowards, but now you have to deal with what's immediately in front of her. Let's roll this first, however. You see her throat kind of regurgitating, it looks like.
Yes.
But it's not. She does not restore her acid breath. Instead, she uses her gnashing jaws to go for a bite on one of you two. The betrayal stings. She's going to go for Xaxx. Oh,
that's
damn.
not enough. That's not enough.
No, it is not. Your armor proves very effective in this moment. But you can hear the scraping of metal on bone, letting off sparks as the jaws wrap around you. In anger, she tries to swat you away, but she's a little bit stuck in here. She maybe just hovers about 5 foot off the ground, thinking about perhaps just flying to get out of here. She could do it, but it would provoke attacks. Yep. You know what? We're gonna move. Go ahead. She's either gonna get hit from you guys this round, or she's gonna. Perfect. She does manage to get out.
Xaxx, attack.
Xaxx, you got a reaction, Xaxx? You do. Oh, that hits. You sneaky little shit. She just like whips the tail in your face. You get a decent slice off the end of her tail as she does this. 5 slashing. Nice. She is wounded by that blood and gore pouring from the tail as she does go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. She swings around here. Rodolfo, I see you where you're moving. She flies up the steps. And it's not actually a squeeze for her. She kind of tucks in her wings as she builds up a little bit of momentum, but she can actually get through here without squeezing. So I'm going to measure this real quick again. She gets all the way up. Jeez, she's got so much movement. Hi, Solomon. How you doing? Yeah, I'm gonna just move your. Actually, if you're actually standing there, she actually can't move up any further. So she does actually end up ending her movement right there. Halfway up the stairs, she encounters Solomon, and she's spent her actions flapping her wings as much as she can. But Solomon, you're in the way, and she's like, move! Get out of the way! Okay, that's it. On your turn.
What are you doing here?
You see that she's quite injured, like the horn missing. She's holding her side with one of her claws, and the tail is like half the length it was before. What do you want to do?
Fair step out.
You could use the second usage of it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that, and I'm just gonna like peek around this corner and first step 30 feet.
Okay, that's a bonus, by the way. Did you want to do something as an action first, or are you just gonna run?
No, I am going to hold. Seeing that she's coming up the stairs,
Yep.
I'm just gonna get to here.
Okay.
And I'm going to hold my action to use ice knife as soon as she comes into view.
If she comes into view, gotcha. Okay. Back down to you, Rodolfo. This is a bit of an odd angle.
I assume I'm looking at her behind.
Correct. Yeah.
So I'm gonna move up. I want to fire a witch bolt. Can I do that? Do I have enough room to do that?
You do. The issue you're having is that to get a good eye on her, you would have to be sort of in melee, or you're only seeing a portion of her. So you've got two options. You can try and get right in melee for a clearer shot, but at disadvantage if you're using a ranged spell, or you could try to risk hitting her when you can only see a portion of her. So she's kind of got more cover.
Which would also be a disadvantage, presumably?
Not disadvantage, just she's got cover, that's all. So it increases her AC.
Rodolfo, do you want me to go first? Do you want me to go ahead of you and then fall back and then let you do your attack?
Don't say my name so loudly. I don't think this would help in this case. What I will do... What will I do? Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
The other option, of course, is just to try and use a melee weapon if you've got
That's what I was thinking, yeah. Yeah, I'm...
Or if you have I don't know if you have a spell that forces a saving throw.
No.
No,
okay. I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna use Lucy, the axe.
Okay.
And just go up to melee, strike once, and back away.
Okay, good luck. See if Lucy can do it.
Yep. And
targeted yourself.
I did target myself. How do I untarget? There we go. Let's try.
Good luck. See her struggling,
Come on, come on.
clawing at the stairs.
Oh my god! Oh no, this is terrible.
Chris,
Yeah.
He's gonna run back down the stairs, out of the way of the tail. Hopefully.
sorry, I forgot the wisdom save, please.
Was it a wisdom save? Was it for charm?
But yeah, it's charm again.
Okay, Tanwen, you go ahead, but don't say my
Can't be.
name. Good luck.
Okay, mysterious stranger.
Before we go on, I'm going to have an attack of opportunity on Rodolfo. She has got a reaction.
Bloody hell. Yep.
She sees this axe coming round for her, and she veers out of it and then coils around with her jaws and tries to snap at you. Misses though. It's too much of a tight angle, and she's already kind of momentum is carrying it upwards. The jaws just sort of pass you.
I hope they didn't see my face. Okay. Shh. Good luck.
Okay, Tanwen.
Okay. I am going to go past Rodolfo. And I assume since Rodolfo had to get within melee range for a ranged spell attack, I would have to be in there for to use my longbow, right?
Yes, you'd be disadvantaged for a ranged attack in this stairwell.
Okay, then I am going to use my quarterstaff and try to hit the tail that's so injured to see if I can make it hurt a lot worse. So
are you casting Shillelagh as well, or are you just gonna go? Okay, cool.
Yeah, so let me I'm trying to mark her as my target, and it's that didn't work. So
I think you've got the ruler. If you double right click, that works.
Okay.
Come
on. Here we go.
Cool.
Okay, so Shillelagh.
Yep.
And that hit?
Just what you needed. And Tanwen, how do you want to do this? You just killed the black dragon. You did it. She had very little left. She was trying to flee, scrambling up the stairwell. The tail is, like you said, heavily injured. Maybe the best place to strike. How do you finish her? She's only a wormling.
Wow. So she is blocking the stairs, though. Did she fall on Solomon?
Oh, that depends. How do you want to finish her? You describe to me how this cinematic finisher goes.
So, she is. I whack her really, really hard on her tail, trying to get her to hurt, so that she is distracted, and she falls back down, rolling down the stairs, and I get knocked down.
I like it.
You'll get up again now. It's okay.
Yeah.
You kind of take it down with you. That's great.
Yeah. So we both land. I'm like, oof. Somebody move the dragon out. Oh shit! I hope she didn't break my bow.
This heavy slump, and also probably a slapping noise as the rest of the tail and wings land into the mud. And the beast is slain. That strike, I like to imagine the shillelagh hitting the tail, but the magic of the shillelagh releasing, going up the spine and just sort of snapping all the nerves in one and breaking her spine effectively. And the body tumbles down in a flurry of scales and wing. And you see this pile at the bottom. Tanwen's like struggling to lift. But that is it. Come back over.
Tarquin will head over and help, using their own quarter staff, lay as leverage to get the dragon off.
If you can use that for leverage, then Rodolfo will be pulling Tanwen by the arm. Yeah, just trying to.
I'll pull the dragon. Well, it seems I am the most powerful dragon in here once again, and so I effectively take over the role of the CEO of the dragon company. So you are welcome all to be my employees. I was the number 2 in charge, and now that the number 1's gone, I am the new number one. So yeah.
I think
Is this a profit sharing operation? Is
Sure,
this a
yeah. I mean,
commune? Or,
it's a profit sharing for sure. I mean, listen, we just made a big profit, all that coin in the corner over there. And as my first act as CEO of Dragon Incorporated, let's split it up.
And Tarquin goes, and it's my first rule as Witchlight Monarch, as well as part of this enterprise. I will also be taking my fair share in taxes. Yes,
This
I'm
is
one
a
of. I'm one.
It's a tax-free haven.
Just like,
I would like my
I-
investment back. I will take my gems. I think this is
yeah.
only fair.
We'll all take back
Well,
our
I
own
think-
money, and then
The
take
startup
back-
cash, yes.
you can
I
have
only
your.
had 2 gold pieces invested in
Yeah.
this, but may I keep the dragon horn?
Yeah, more than
this
welcome to
first
it.
dragon I've ever killed, and I would like to keep that as a trophy, if that's okay with everybody. But
Oh, certainly. Take some teeth. You know, the teeth are very useful.
I had
I
more about the teeth.
want some dragon scales if somebody's
Yeah.
taking some, I want some scale. And maybe like some of the wing, just like it's like a good leathery thing, and I think it would work well for like, you know, a cape or something maybe. I don't know.
So at this point, you're negotiating splitting the loot was when the Herringon come pouring down. Hearing this commotion, they're like, "What the? By Tiamat's teeth, what the hell happened?"
Dragon.
Black
I'm
Dragon got
glad-
pissed. We beat it up and we won because we are
It's
awesome.
dead.
Yeah.
It's
And-
dead.
And you guys are we're gonna y'all have to carry it upstairs. You get it upstairs.
What?
So
And we will probably
and if
harvest
there's
the
a piece,
body.
right, if there's a piece missing, we will come after you.
Oh, look at all that cheddar.
Yeah, no,
That's my cheddar. As CEO of Dragon Incorporated, please don't. I'll have to hurt you.
yeah. Don't
Well,
make
hang
me
on.
kill
It's being reinvested in the business. The business is not quite finished for this financial year. At the end, we will discuss bonuses.
Oh, wait, we're the ones who gathered it all.
And
we're the ones
yes,
that,
but it was not yours. It was not in your position.
No,
Yeah,
no.
y'all
It belongs to the
have to
company,
engage
and I run the
dragon.
company.
well,
Y'all go back upstairs, take the body of the dragon. We will let you know what decisions are made.
but we will make. And Tarquin goes, I will make sure
things
that
are
fair
mad.
decisions were made. And once they've left, Tarquin's like, so I think we should take the gold and any trinkets and magical items, maybe the silver, and just leave them the copper. It's copper.
You know, I don't
I mean, it's a
mind
lot of
leaving
copper, though.
Yeah, but
I mean,
it's so much to carry, and even in the hole, then it's going to
Exactly.
be a pain. So we just take the gold and silver, leave the copper. That
Yeah,
I know.
We want the trinkets, I think.
Well,
as
and
well.
also, Rodolfo, can you do a quick detect magic to see what else is down here?
Yes, I will do that.
How
So-
how much gold is here?
It was 1,000 copper. I know that. And then I forget how much silver and gold.
I think
it was like 100
I
gold or
did
something.
not write it down. I should have written it down.
So 100 coppers. Yep. So yeah.
it was
650 silver, 50 gold pieces.
Well, if we want to keep them on our side, maybe we should leave them with a gold each.
Well,
I mean, we're leaving with the copper.
Well,
Hey, that sounds
If we leave
fair.
them with all the copper, that's 100 gold between
Yeah.
them. That's a lot. That's still a good amount.
Oh,
They don't really care about. I mean, they don't really care about gold. So the copper is enough for
yeah.
Yeah.
for
So
this group.
1,000 copper between you guys sound fair?
Yeah, that's good. We were coming down to help you, by the way. We saw Solomon. We're like, whoa, what's happening? We were just about to rush down that turn, you know.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm sure. Though to be honest,
they actually were. They readied their weapons.
yeah, and Tarquin's just like, thanks for the berry, Solomon. Guessing that was you. So that got me up into the fight. Good going with the finishing blows. Tanwen, Xaxx.
Speaking of which, Solomon, let me do a quick help here for you.
Yeah. And Tanwen, as you did get the final blow, do you want to roll 2d4 for me? Just to determine how many trinkets there are.
Thank you.
All right, so D4.
It's 2d4.
And I want to roll 2. Roll.
There's a pendant with the moon
no,
on it
it
that
should have
I
been
would like
2d4, but
Don't
that was
know
a
why.
that was a 4 on the first one. So just
That
roll
was-
another d4.
I'm sorry, my cat is in front of my monitor and won't move. So she's being very challenging.
That's okay.
All right.
And we can start rolling these up.
Okay,
So,
so
wow,
7 in
7.
total.
My
Oh, well.
goodness.
3. Yeah, so
Yeah.
7.
Yep.
A piece of orange parchment folded to look like a knight astride a unicorn sits atop the pile and is not crumpled, thankfully.
Tarquin's like, how did that survive?
Yeah,
Okay,
I know.
hey, look, there's one for you, Solomon. It's a wooden top with seasons.
Solomon, yeah, seasons is the wooden top can be yours, yeah.
You,
Okay.
of course, get your whole lunar amulet.
Amongst
Yep,
the
I got
treasure is an 8-ounce glass wine bottle that magically reassembles itself after being broken. You can smash this thing like a Norse god, like, yes, another, and then it'll reform into that bottle again.
That's kind of cool.
And then we have fake 3 dragon anti-card. Oh, we've had this. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna re-roll because you actually have that same. You have that trinket.
Yeah.
Gotta catch them all. So a mask that helps you remember your dreams while you wear it.
Hmm.
That's kind of cool.
Someone for Xaxx, maybe. I don't know. He likes to.
Oh.
Been having some strange dreams, or maybe
Yeah,
Solomon. It's up to you.
Do you think that'd help me remember the stuff that goes on in? Well,
Maybe, because technically you're
that'd be
sort of
good.
sleeping when that happens, so maybe.
Yeah, maybe if you just wear it all the time, then you just remember what happens whether you're Solomon or not.
yeah, maybe.
Wow.
Hopefully. So
And then we don't have to write things down all the time for you.
am I taking that then?
I see. Ooh.
An old invitation to a banquet in the summer court, written in ink on vellum in Sylvan.
Who's
wow.
it addressed to?
I think that's a good question because this was stolen clearly from someone. Give me a moment to think about that, but
6 so far.
I'm gonna.
One more.
Well,
So
I'm gonna assume it's Zybillna's.
So Talavar was from the summer court, so you wouldn't need an invitation to the summer court. It would be someone here.
No, exactly.
Oh, okay.
It might be someone like Zybillna. That would be the only one of greatest importance. A banquet we're talking about.
Yeah.
And I would also assume this was the messenger that got lynched.
Interesting.
Okay. Rotten ogre's tooth with the elvish glyph for moon etched on it.
Well, there's another one for you, Xaxx.
Yeah, I got 2 for me, I guess. I get the
And
ogre
one more?
tooth. No, that was it. That was 7.
4, 5,
Was
There was
6. If we're including
yes, the pendant.
Yeah, then that's
with the pendant, that's 7. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
So
What about the bracelet?
What about
and
that?
then
bracelet? Okay. This, as I said, seems to resemble like black scales. There's no wonder she doesn't want to part with it. This is the perfect treasure for a black dragon, but it seems to be a bracelet, and you can try putting it on. Doesn't seem to be something you immediately recognize. Like, oh, that's a bracelet of archery. Like, it doesn't have any discernible runes yet. But I guess, Rodolfo, you would, with your magic sight, as you're looking over the hoard, you do sense that sort of abjuration coming from it.
Okay, I'll tell the others this. Is this the only is this the only trinket that has any magic to it?
That is correct.
Okay.
See, I'm kind of.
There's a good chance that's like a protection from acid or something.
I'll see what it does before we decide. And I'll just wear it until something happens.
I look
Okay.
at the pile. So, Solomon, if you're taking the wooden top and the mask,
Put this on the sheet.
you're taking the. No. That is awesome.
You know what it is.
Yes, because I've just given you a bunch of these in the game.
I don't know what it is, but let's see.
Okay. All right. For now, Solomon wears the slumbering scaled ornament on their wrist, and I will show you. I'll tell you what happens when it comes into play. It does require attunement, but that's fine. You can do that now.
Solomon's getting the bracelet, right?
Well, that's up to you guys.
Solomon is holding on to the bracelet to try to work out what it does. I was going to... So if he's also taking the wooden top, because it makes sense, and then the rotten ogre tooth and the moon pendant to Xaxx, that leaves the wine bottle, the mask, and the invitation.
And the orange parchment.
The orange
parchment. Rodolfo, I guess.
I was going to say, I don't know why the wine bottle for Rodolfo.
Well, I am a vintner, I do make wines at home, that is. So I would not mind such an interesting, perhaps good for, entertaining guests,
and,
a little amusement.
And maybe you could work out how it works, and then, make some of your own, maybe.
Well, I don't know. Study is not really my thing, but it's good for tourism.
Yeah,
Agro-tourism is the newest thing. You give tours, and people pay money for this. It's excellent business.
Tarquin, I have my dragon horn, so I consider that to be my prize. So you and Rodolfo divvy up the rest of the things.
Okay. Are you interested in the piece of orange parchment, Rodolfo?
I don't know what it is, but I will take it. Is that or perhaps the invitation to Bavlorna?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest,
unless you want it.
No, considering if it is to Bavlorna and your whole thing, Bavlorna for you makes sense, so you can have that. And then,
just as a good luck charm with her name on it,
Yeah, exactly. And I'll take the piece of orange parchment, and then Solomon, you wanted the mask to see if it helped you remember between phases, I guess.
Yeah, I'd probably prefer that over the spinning top, to be fair.
Yeah, just have them both.
Are you sure? Because I don't want to take too many items.
No, you have them both, and then with this weird bracelet, if we find out that works really well, we'll decide who gets that once we know what it does, because it might be absolutely useless for you, but absolutely amazing for Xaxx or something in the end. So we'll just
also for the money, everybody can take 130 silver pieces. 130.
I'm
very nice.
Unless anyone's got any objections to it, I'm going to put my share in the portable hole, because I will not be able to physically carry it.
Gold takes a lot.
Bad idea for the silver. I would like my 2 gold pieces back.
Yeah, you can have those back.
You already had your 2 gold, so it's you can put everybody gets 130, but you can put it in the portable hole if you want.
Okay, I do that with my silver.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest. Being who I am, I'm more of a trinket person than a monetary person.
So do you just want?
If anybody who does not want sell money, I will carry it for you.
I mean, how about just as a suggestion? What if we just put it all in the hole, and then if we come across any need for it, we can get it out at the time. We'll consider it a party loot sort of thing,
Okay.
Because we're not going to need anything.
Very well.
But if we want to keep...
people seem to like things to trade, even if it doesn't have monetary value. Perhaps we keep it just as a...
Exactly.
Tradable things.
Yeah, we can keep it either to trade for things or as like a future investment, sort of bank
account. This artwork's quite fitting now.
Yeah.
Before it didn't make sense, but now looking at it, that's probably what it looks like. All that silver in there.
Wait, so 650 silver in the hole, and then everybody just takes 10 gold pieces, just so you have a little bit of cash on you.
Yeah.
And then we have these three gems, hermalite gems, that we can't really divide up evenly. So,
Stick him in the hole then.
Towards the hole.
Or another idea: what if everyone who got a blow on the dragon gets a hematite?
Well, that's me out.
It's there were 3 of us that hit the dragon.
That's fair. I cannot argue with that.
I've never had someone divide loot like that before.
What are we fighting
It's a
for?
what?
It's a hematite
Everyone who
gem.
actually
A what?
a hematite. It's a gem stone.
Oh, that's
Is
what
it?
you're saying. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, it's a weird one. I think.
Wait, but I took the full force of a breath and I got Tarquin up.
And you've got more loot than everyone from the trinkets.
You got the magic item.
I mean, I don't know what we're arguing for here, but I'm just arguing.
It's to be honest,
Well,
it's a
how about
hematite.
this?
So we just put them in the party loot for potential trade later.
We
Yes,
could,
I think
or if Solomon wants the hemalite gem, I'll trade my gem for his magic item.
We're fighting for a gem? I'm okay.
Yes, it's a gem worth 10 gold pieces.
I'm okay. I don't need gems.
All right, let's put the gems in the hole then. Go.
Yeah.
3 gems in the hole.
Adding
Rodolfo, since you have the hole, I think you got to start keeping track of what's in the hole, right?
Very well. Okay.
No, but
So
also
we have 130 silver.
I put it all
No.
into the thing. There's 650 silver. Everything's in there at the moment. There's a
650 silver and the three hermalite gems.
Is it hermalite or
It's
hematite?
hematite.
Hematite.
Hematite, sorry.
I've put it into our portable hole. Actually, can everyone see the portable hole item, Chris? Or
I'll double check.
Because I can't.
Yeah. Okay. All players should see the portable hole.
Yeah, there you
it's
go.
an actor
I can see it now.
on your.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you see it. Cool.
So
there we go. Okay.
Also, Xaxx,
Yeah.
we haven't decided on the item yet. We're gonna wait till it does something and then.
Oh, I was just being funny.
He's just awkwardly laughing. He didn't realize it was a joke.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I realize I kind of got us into that fight, in a way. So I do apologize for that. Just so you know, in case it wasn't clear, I didn't really betray you. I was trying to be sneaky and get him or get her.
We
Sorry,
got
to
that.
sort of
It was
sneak that.
extremely
Okay.
foolish. I think we can agree. We do not try to pickpocket a dragon right under their nose.
Yeah, to be honest,
But
while we are still negotiating.
To be honest,
it almost worked,
I
though.
was all for your plan up until that point. We almost had
Agreed.
it, so we were going to get the dragon out of here. We were potentially
And
going to have
fighting Bavlorna. It would
Bavlorna,
have been
potentially
great.
getting some reward without having to fight a dragon. But it's fine. We dealt with it.
Yeah, and really, if the dragon was that easy to beat, then what could it have done? You know?
True, but that's yes. Well, I did think it would be a little bit more forceful than it was, but that was the same.
I mean,
as a general
just
policy to steal from a dragon while it is awake, not a great idea.
see
next
this tiny little scratch on my armor here. This tiny little scratch on the side. That's all it did. I mean, really, she wasn't that
Tarquin
tough
just sort
to
of
beat.
looks at his acid stripped clothes and just like.
Someone's like scarred from head to toe as well.
Well,
it is a shame, because you had convinced her almost. It was almost a
I was
great
very
plan.
I was very close.
Very close to a very good plan.
I thought I had her for a minute, and I was really in there, and yeah, just it didn't. The dragon connection didn't work. But the next dragon we come across, it'll go better.
That bite.
The next dragon might be quite so young.
Yeah.
That bite would have dropped you, actually.
What are you guys on about? We were nowhere near getting her to come out of here.
No, we had almost. If things had gone the way that they were going, then once we dealt with Bavlorna, then the dragon was going to leave. We'd get part of their hoard, and we'd get these items, and then they'd have their new hoard and their new position. They'd be out of the tree, and they'd be out of our hair because, considering how reluctant they were to leave here, I doubt they were going to go off flying to bother anyone. They just wanted a bigger home. So,
yeah, but there was no way that she was going to come and help us fight.
No, but
she was a coward.
The point was, once we had dealt with Bavlorna ourselves, they were going to leave here, and we'd get rewards. That's the point. But now we fought the dragon and got the reward, and yeah,
we were better off this way.
We are better off this way. Apart from that, I almost died. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm good at dodging things.
True.
But to be honest, fortunately, I have an ability that would have saved me anyway, because I have an ability on dex saves for it. Still, but it's so close. If I had hit with one more of my attacks, I basically brought them down solo. Apart from Xaxx's dagger, I did so much damage to it. It was ridiculous.
You did, actually.
I was kind of
if my inflict wounds would have worked, it would have finished her off.
Yeah, it was pretty much. When Xaxx hit it, I was slightly disappointed because I'm just like, and then if Tanwen had missed and then Tarquin had gone in and got the final blow, he'd just be like, I was the only one who hurt this thing.
All right, well, you guys divvied up the loot. The Herringon are surprised at just how much gold that they've been secretly hidden away from them. And you can also hear a stirring up above. Agdon's probably coming about right now.
Right,
they're treating him.
I'm gonna go up and speak to Agdon.
All right. Cool. You find Agdon. He's coming to. He's like, wait, what the heck? What happened?
Howdy, Agdon.
What's the last thing? I don't even remember the last thing that happened.
You got knocked unconscious by the dragon.
Oh, that's right. And I had the weirdest dream. I was racing an elk. And
oh no, that happened.
What the? Hey, you're not one of my brigands.
No, you're one of my brigands.
It wasn't a dream after all. Damn it. Okay, she's not coming out of that layer. I can assure you.
She is, and points to the body that the Herringon brought up.
Oh, yeah, okay, it's out here then.
Yeah, because they were tracking it up.
He screams as he sees it at the bottom of his bed. No! Xaxx! My daughter? That sounds odd. No, still, I reared them from an egg.
And they tried to kill you, and they tried to kill us, so we had to bring them down for the safety of all.
We're back.
You guys just recklessly tried to kill her?
Well, to be fair, we were this close, and Tarquin, to negotiating things. So close, and then Xaxx decided to try to be sneaky and failed. And then
there goes my plans of riding a dragon over hither as the Prince of Prismic. You've ruined quite a lot. You know that?
I realize this, but you guys have the 1,000 copper pieces that you can divvy out amongst yourselves.
Oh, and you're taking.
To be honest, the reason we're taking the hoard is Xaxx temporarily became Xaxx's second in command, and so when they died, he inherited. That's just the way things go.
Succession rules. Quite.
Succession. Sorry, I was the vice president of Dragon Incorporated, and now I'm the president and CEO of Dragon Incorporated.
It's true. Reluctantly, I witnessed the whole disastrous business affair.
But, on the other hand, as we have, for want of a better word, killed your daughter. No, that still sounds weird. You killed your hatchling.
The daughter that was going to kill you. I mean, let's be honest.
We will have to deal with Bavlorna other ways, and we've clearly proven ourselves a match for a dragon, so yeah, we'll deal with Bavlorna. And then
You know, this is pretty good for our reputation.
Yeah. I mean,
the dragon killers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, famous knights have gone on journeys for that, and they've gained titles, so you could call yourself Rodolfo Dragon Slayer if you wanted.
Hello?
I think if anyone were to call me that, I don't think I could get away with it. However, Tanwen. That is a pretty cool thing to be able to show off to your family.
True.
I am so excited to show them my dragon horn. I'm hoping I can find an artist who can turn this into an actual hunting horn. I have an idea with the dragon carved on the side. I think it would be amazing to show my family.
Tarquin sort of looks at it and it's just like, I mean, would a knowledge of wood carving allow me to do that? I know it's technically bone, but there's not a bone carving proficiency as far as I'm aware.
It's the closest profession. Yeah, you could turn that horn into something if you wanted.
Yeah, I can possibly do that for you, Tanwen.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yep, I'm quite good with my hands. Right, so Agdon,
Yes.
Right, so we've obviously slightly ruined your plans, but
you ruined everything. I'll be honest. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, but
you want to take the truffles for good measure?
No, I've never been much of a truffle lover.
Just to get a home run of ruining things?
No, I mean,
I'll take the truffle. I'll take the truffles.
Oh, okay. Of course you will. Of course you will. Yeah, they're all yours. Here, you just had you a bag of truffles.
But Agdon, things aren't entirely ruined. Your entire plan with the dragon, right, was to deal with Bavlorna eventually, right?
Yeah.
So if we deal with Bavlorna now, then nothing's ruined. You just don't have a dragon that's going to try to eat you because it already tried to eat you, despite the fact you raised it from an egg.
But I wanted to be like Prince of Dragons and.
Well,
that's got a ring to it. Prince of Dragons, Agdon Longscarf.
How about once we get Sybillna back in power, when we put a good name in for you, we'll mention that as a thing. Maybe.
Okay, actually, I got another idea. If you find any more dragons, eggs or tiny ones, you bring them back here, and I'll raise a new one.
I don't think that's a good idea. I do not wish to commit to that. I don't trust you.
It would depend on the dragon. It would depend on the position, but we would leave it up to Sybillna. She'll be the one technically in charge at that point. But we'll definitely put in a good word for you. How about that? That's the best we can offer.
Yeah.
And maybe you can become like captain of the guard or something, since you have experience leading, armored groups of individuals.
Yeah, and
a position of station.
I guess. I mean, I don't have much. Let's say in this anyway, do I?
We'll also, if it helps, as part of this, we can also potentially put in a good word with the Summer Court for you.
Oh yeah, get you an invitation to one of their banquets.
Summer
Court, which I hear are very good.
Titania, that lot.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I hear the punishments are a bit more severe over there if you get into trouble.
True, but it might be a chance for you to become an even grander prince.
Okay, the scope is building back up.
Yeah, exactly. All we've done is we've merely taken one part of your plan, we're redistributing into another, and the end goal will be a little bit achieved in a different way. We're still going to achieve your end goal of freedom from Bavlorna. So we'll just deal with that.
Yeah, I just worry about your whole plan to put Sybillna back in charge. I don't know.
Well,
like I say, hopefully by then I've what you said redeemed myself.
Yeah,
but
I mean, there's also the potential that once everything's over, I just take charge. I mean, I'm a monarch. I mean,
right.
he just, and then of course another Harengon. They'd have a potential, but then that might be seen as favoritism.
Then you have a carnival to get back to.
Technically, I'm on like an extended sabbatical, so.
Sabbatical, okay.
And if I did become the ruler of Prismere, I think that would definitely bring in a lot more punters. Like, the ruler of Prismere performs here? Must be good.
All right. Now, stop dragging in mud into my room, and and get out.
We're gonna rest up, recover our strength after dealing with Xaxx, and then we'll be on our merry way to Downfall. And you're gonna be coming with us, taking some stuff.
I'll get you in.
Exactly. That's the point. We need you to get us in.
I can't stand talking to these bullywugs, honestly. So full of pomp and
circumstance.
That's why we have Rodolfo. He seems the most pomp of us.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
You know what? You oddly get in with them just fine, I think. They seem to be like your kind. I don't know.
Like,
they always have the same sort of voice.
Our kind.
Yeah, well,
is that
like,
racist?
No. You kind of like have a dialect about you. I almost thought you were speaking bullywug when I first heard you.
Oh, Rodolfo, you maybe you're the in with the bullywugs.
Oh, well, in that case, I am happy to take point, and he does a little bow. If the group thinks that this is best, of course I will be the leader. Yes.
Tarquin took the lead with the Harengon. I took the lead with the dragon. That ended really well. And then now you can take the lead with the bullywugs.
Exactly. So,
well, a high court is more my area of expertise, certainly.
Yeah.
Now,
All right. Well, feel free to take some rest.
Yeah.
We got some spare beds.
Actually,
go ahead.
Go ahead. You've got a chef here, right?
We
not anymore.
Oh.
Didn't we kill the chef?
Oh yeah, that's the one that died.
You didn't kill him, did you? I thought he was fine.
I mean,
he's perfectly fine.
He's probably fine.
That's what I meant.
The last that we saw, he was perfectly fine.
Other than your chef, do you have any?
He's dead tired from cooking. That's what I'm saying.
Other than your chef, do you have anyone else? Because he's obviously resting from being beaten by us.
We have.
That is capable of effectively butchering an animal.
Yeah, we got what's his name? The one with the red bandana.
Yeah, I like him. He goes unconscious easily.
Has anyone seen my earring, guys? It must have been around here somewhere.
I think the dragon ate it.
God damn it.
Well,
I'm gonna have to chop this thing into pieces.
Exactly. That's actually what I want you to do. What's your name?
Boo.
Right, Boo. I want you to effectively butcher this dragon. We keep the horns, fangs, claws. Be careful because it's probably got some sort of organ for spewing acid.
Oh, God.
Remove the wings.
Are you familiar with a famous guy named Gordon Ramsay? He's really good. Have you seen his stuff? Tutorials.
That's that famous.
I thought of Rawdon Gamzee.
That's the famous satyr, right?
Yes.
Rawdon Gamzee I've heard of, but not the other guy.
Yeah. Well, basically, so your job as
chop it up.
Yeah, chop it up.
Scales, teeth, got it.
Wings, descale it. Remove
the wings ain't gonna be much.
Remove the fangs. Remove the claws. remove the organs, and then I guess remove
minor teeth.
and then remove the meat potentially.
And don't drag it through the living quarters. By the way, Boo. Just hold on. And he opens up this secret passage behind here, which the bookcase slides across, leaving a much bigger opening. And he's like, "There you go. Take it through there."
Tanwen, you're quite proficient in nature things. Do you want to go help make sure that he doesn't try to steal any of the bits?
Absolutely. Who wants to have some dragon scales or dragon teeth?
I mean, I would absolutely love some dragon scales.
I would like a couple scales, and I'm particularly interested in like the leathery wing part.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you
I don't know if we'll have time to cure it and prep it, but we'll make sure.
If you can get like a claw or a fang for each of us, then I've got an idea for those. So.
Oh, we can make jewelry.
And I guess it
could be like crafting time.
Okay, so let me scoot through, and I will follow this other guy and make sure we all get a claw and fang.
All right. Well, it's a survival.
And some scales. That's the very shiny scales. Yes, please.
It is a survival check for a few of these rolls. So let's just check.
And Solomon, if you've got some crispy leaves, they'd be appreciated.
I just hear you shouting that through this room. I'm like, wait, how did you get? Oh.
Okay, there's a lot of things you can get.
I will chuck you the skinning knife as well.
Skinning knife. Okay.
All right, thank you. Now I thought I was just coming in to supervise, and the little gray guy.
Well,
with
between the two of you, you'll be doing it, which will give one of which will probably mean you rolling, but with advantage.
Okay.
There's a lot of things.
Unless his survival is better than Tanwen's.
What do you want to start with?
The teeth. That's easiest because the head's right there.
It is the easiest. You're right. Go ahead, roll a survival check with advantage, I guess. Yeah.
All right. So features, skills, survival. And that was a bad one, but the second one is worse.
So you got the extra D4, so it's a 12.
Oh, is Solomon guiding the whole way?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay, then. In that case, that's a success. No problem. You gather up the dragon's teeth onto the next part. What do you want to harvest next?
Dragon teeth. I think we will go for the claws.
Okay, claws. Roll.
Survival
with
advantage. All right, there's 9.
That's a success.
Oh, thank God, because I got a 1 with the other one.
They're pretty easy because they're only. This is a wormling. A lot of these parts are quite easy.
Okay.
But anyway, you got dragon claws.
We'll get the wing for Xaxx.
Yeah, the wings aren't necessarily something that are going to be. They definitely won't be useful for anything, but if Xaxx just wants to hold on to the wings...
The leather. He wants the leather. So I imagine I'm cutting the leather off of the bone.
Sure.
So I'm guessing these are like bat wings, not bird wings. Yeah. Is that a correct assumption?
They're quite small, yeah. They're not massive at all. Like you said, probably more bat-sized than anything. But you know what? You can give me a flat roll for these. Just because they're not normally something you can harvest. So just a flat roll.
But there's a skinning knife.
Yeah, the skinning knife helps. That's what allowing you to do it in the first place. All right, we can say that you do get the wings as well, but they're not much use for anything. Even for leather, they're not much use for leather, but you can take the wings regardless.
And then the scales.
Scales, here we go. Now this is where it gets tough. If
I fail this test, I'm going to use one of my luck points.
Okie dokie. All right. This is a challenge. The scales are quite fine, but that's a success.
Okay.
Yep. 15 is what you needed.
All right. And
so you're getting the hang of this now, and you managed to slip the skinning knife underneath all the scales, and you've got black wormling scales. Make sure you make a note of that because they're different from ancient dragon scales, of course.
Yeah.
Do you
Alright.
want to go for its spitting organ or whatever? And I just give guidance on walk out the
Solomon,
room.
I don't want to touch that acid unless y'all want it for some reason.
You mean the
And I
draconic?
don't have a vial or anything to store it in.
I think you can take its actual organ rather than
And you
having
might
to
be
have
able
a
to
vial.
use it as you might be able to fire it out of a sling or something. And...
What do you want? You see this guy like pull himself out of the body of Gore, and he's like, "All right, well, what do you want? I can go for the gizzard, which has got some bile in it, or if you really want the part that makes the acid, it's actually known as the Draconis Fundamentum." He
Yeah,
adjusts his bandana.
let's go for that. That sounds fancy, and I just want it because of the name.
Give
Um,
whoever.
And then maybe we have some.
I
Will the
give who.
heart do anything for us?
Sorry, what now? The
The
heart.
heart.
Yeah, the heart can be used with like alchemy and things. It's catch a price, but the only problem at this point is how you gonna keep it like stored. Some of those
Uh,
things do perish.
Down in the portable hole, but he is right. We need buckets or vials or boxes or something.
I mean,
No.
I can keep it cold.
Okay,
You can?
then Solomon
All right.
can.
All right, let's dig in. We'll start with the heart, or the. Do you want to go for the really dangerous
Go
stuff?
for the go for the Draconis Fundamentum because I imagine that's going to be really valuable.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we can get some acid out of it too, maybe.
I have some
I'm
ideas for
gonna.
medicine.
So
You know
do you
what?
want
I'm
me to
gonna
roll?
stand back. Yeah, he said like this is a little dangerous. I'm just warning you, but I'll tell you.
Okay.
I'll help you out. I'll tell you where to cut.
All right.
It's something
Y'all,
near its throat.
this is being done with love.
You can roll me a survival check.
Survival.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to use a luck point if I bomb this.
Oh wow, that's good. That is actually what you need. Heck yeah. So the draconic fundamentum is this sort of organ in the throat, this kind of gland that produces the acid and propels it. And yeah, on a fail, you would activate the dragon breath. It's pretty nasty, but you didn't. You managed to successfully sever in the right places, and you acquire this Draconis fundamental. Type into chat for you. It is quite heavy.
How does it have to? I mean, I guess we're setting everything aside, then we'll go find barrels. And because we
Yeah,
know that there's barrels and boxes and everything in the next room
yeah,
with where all the weapons were. So we can acquire some of those to store the different pieces and parts in and put it in the
yeah.
portable hole.
All right then. Yeah, that sounds doable. And yeah,
And I
it's
guess
mostly used for alchemy.
the
Yeah.
dragon heart next.
The heart is a little tricky. Probably as tricky as the scales were. So yeah, you can dig in and start cutting it up.
Okay. And
Go ahead.
so
Not failed yet. I'm doing good. That's another success. Tanwen, you've aced the entire harvesting process, and you've managed to gather every single thing you can possibly get from this. Unless you really want to go for like the skull or something. As a
no, I mean,
mounted.
unless somebody
Actually,
else.
I'll have
how-
the skull if you guys ain't.
how big is the skull?
Yeah, can I have the skull?
The skull is about big enough to fit in one of those crates from earlier.
Would it be too big for someone like Tarquin in particular, because he's smaller, to wear as a helmet?
I was about to say that.
Or
Yeah.
Solomon or someone?
It's about the same size. Yeah, you could.
So would it be too small for Solomon to wear as a helmet, but big enough for Tarquin? Or would
It's
I'm obviously
big
a
enough
small
for
creature.
Tarquin.
Tanwen, can I have the skull?
Of course you can.
Thank
Let
you.
me get the brains out and we'll need to get it
Yeah.
cleaned up. And
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I can watch this.
And sort
I'm
of looks to
so
Xaxx.
sorry.
Xaxx, would it be an insult if I wore that?
I'm not in the room anymore.
Tarquin just before. Just wait a moment, Tanwen. Would it
Okay.
just sort of lean around the corner? Xaxx, I just realized, would it be offensive if someone was to wear that skull as a hat? Keeping a dragonborn?
You know, that's a bit of a tricky situation. Since I was asking for the wings before, and like me and what was their name again? Jarmather, Jaharmather, yeah, Jahar. We were like family. Who? But like, how close is family really? Oh man, this is a toughie.
Yeah,
You do what you think is most appropriate, but maybe don't go to like completely offensive ways with it. How about that?
I had some ideas for how to use it as
maybe
inspiration.
We can honor Xaxx.
Yes, I had an idea based on this. So, okay, I will. If anything, I just kind of want to keep it as an ornament, but maybe on special occasions, maybe as like a ceremonial wear, just to show, how powerful the carnival cards are, sort of thing.
Intimidation.
Hey, Xaxx, Agdon saws up like, yeah, you should get yourself some lucky charms. What are they called? Rabbit foot? Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you cut off some rabbit's feet and I'll wear the rabbit's feet around my neck.
Agdon, is that you volunteering?
What? No, wait. You killed my chef, and you take his.
After all, you're the swift.
We didn't kill the chef. We just made him like unconscious for an indefinite amount of time.
Well,
okay, that sounds like death, but
let's just keep the skull, and we can use it as, we can use it so that we can remember their memory.
Oh,
Chris.
Yep.
If you were,
how about since Xaxx is so uncomfortable?
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, I just trying to hear what Jamey was trying to say there.
Would you be able to upgrade a staff by attaching dragon claws to it?
Attach a staff by.
That's very Monster Hunter, like Carius's second glaive, where it's got like the shark teeth studded into it, something like that, but with dragon fangs.
Are you trying to picture a litter grabber?
No. I'm trying to picture like a dragon claws on the end of a staff. I'm thinking because Tanwen uses her shillelagh a lot.
Something like one of those shark tooth clubs that the Maori would have, but with a staff.
Okay, right. I mean, yeah, you could do. It's purely for decorative purposes. Putting a dragon's claw on there wouldn't change the damage. But maybe it would change from bludgeoning to piercing at the very least.
Would, because it's a dragon's claws, would that allow it to bypass magical resistance? Like, would it count?
No, because a dragon's claws are not magical.
Okay.
Potentially worth something in terms of intimidation points. Like, should Solomon ever try to intimidate anybody using the staff?
You probably could if you did want to go that route. You would definitely be able to intimidate something.
I was thinking more for Tanwen because she uses her shillelagh a lot, and I barely even touch my quarterstaff as a weapon.
Yeah.
You guys really want to butcher this thing, huh?
Tarquin will lean over to Tanwen and be like, "Let's take the skull, but we'll keep it hidden unless we need it."
Tarquin, I normally agree with you on all things, but I think in deference to Agdon and Xaxx, I think we should bury the skull outside with honor and ceremony. And we have enough here. We don't have to be greedy. Remember, that was one of the tenets of the Feywild, was not.
Yeah, I realized
not to take more. So I think we should take the head of the dragon out and bury it, along with anything that's left. And that way it is out of the tree. We've done what the trees ask us to do, and we are not offending Xaxx, and we're letting Agdon have a place where he can mark his beloved pet's passing.
That's the right term, Agdon. Pet.
Okay. Are you done butchering her?
We were
Let's go.
about to go do the burial.
Yes,
All
let's
right.
take
Would you like to
everything
say
that
a
we-
few words at the burial?
Yes, let's go outside.
Is
He helps with
Xaxx
the
going to
body.
know that we're burying the head?
Yes. Xaxx, we decided not to take the head. We're just going to bury the body as it is now. So if you want to come out, say a few words to your former president and such, then yeah.
Okay.
Let it sink into the swamp.
Yeah, definitely fitting for a black dragon to be buried in a swamp. And sure enough, it doesn't take a while before the skull does begin sinking into the mud and down below. And Agdon's probably the first to speak and says, I found you as just a little tiny egg. You were lost in the mud, abandoned. But I found a desire to sort of nurture you and raise you as one of my own. But man, did you have a temper! So much sass from this thing, I tell you. Like seriously, it's probably only a matter of time before she I don't know, fled the coop. I don't know. Just couldn't help but think maybe one day it would have been cool to ride around on my own dragon, but they're way more ambitious creatures than you would anticipate. Dangerous too. But it looks like that's the lesson here. The greed is her downfall. May you rest in peace, Ixjaharata.
Solomon just says, we tried peace with you, but sometimes, I guess, death is the easiest way to peace. So,
Yeah.
be at peace.
I agree with Solomon. I would rather have had you as a friend, but you were a worthy opponent, and I honor you in your death and the gifts that you have given us.
All right.
I put a hand on Xaxx's shoulder.
As a company leader, you lacked vision aside from hoarding wealth. And I promised to the shareholders of this company that I will do better and make this company, as Dragon Inc. Incorporated, more prosperous and better known than it was before.
Agdon shakes your hand. Looking forward to working with you.
Oh yeah, you can be my my personal assistant.
All right, guys. It's late. You should probably get to sleep. If you gotta get to Downfall, it's a swampy trek. We'll use one of the skiffs.
Act on no disrespect to you and yours, but I think we need to set a watch schedule as we always do whenever we're asleep somewhere.
Do as you please. I'm gonna go back to my 4-poster bed.
Okay,
And-
so I guess we're all going back in.
Tarquin does go back in, but he follows after Agdon, not and will just walk past Agdon and down the stairs to the downstairs.
All right. Sure.
And he just sort of looks at the others and he's like, I'll see you in the morning.
Okay.
Yep, very good.
Up to something?
Yep. He wants some time to himself.
All right. And the rest of you guys are free to do whatever you wish for the
I'm
end
trying
of...
to get back in, but it's
Oh,
telling me I'm blocked.
as you want to go here, rather.
Okay, let's try it again.
Not the dragging too far, perhaps.
I'm weirdly...
It's
If you
just not letting me. I'm gonna let you drag us in.
sure.
Yeah, can you
I'm
drag
just gonna-
me in as I'm out? I got taken off of the map once I think Jamie's character came in, so now I can't drag myself.
I went to the Dryad, so.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk around on.
I'm apparently
on the outside here and
I'm
just,
outside the world.
Oh, you're outside. Okay, I'll deal with that in a second. Sorry, Xaxx, go on.
I'm just gonna do spend, I don't know, 45 minutes or so and just walk around on the planks out here and just sort of think to myself and try to connect with the moonstones again.
Okay. Yeah, there is actually a connection that seemed very distant. In fact, as you're holding on to this moonstone pendant, you swear you hear the crackle of lightning, just a distant thunderous boom. Makes you perhaps open up your eyes to look into the distance, but I mean, it is raining, so maybe that was thunder that's somewhere far off, but can't help but feel as though there was some sort of connection that the moonstone is calling to.
Any direction in particular?
Up. It feels wherever this boom came from was high in the sky, like a thunderous. Yeah. In fact, where we got? So,
I would like to gather back in the room with Solomon and Knox with the Dryad. I just feel that it is it's respectful to sit with her, even though she is passed,
Yeah.
and tell her that we got rid of the black dragon.
Has she passed? Solomon's gonna full on be talking to
petrified.
her, even
Yeah.
even though she doesn't talk back.
Oh
Right,
no.
yeah.
He doesn't
I'm
know.
afraid.
He just got a letter from Nox saying to help the Dryad with the dragon downstairs.
Yeah.
So he thinks she's still alive.
She did indeed use her last ounce of
yeah.
power.
Solomon, I'm so sorry the Dryad passed away trying to help us in our adventure, but we rid the black dragon as she asked us to do.
I thought we were removing the black dragon to save her.
We did. The black dragon has been laid to rest outside of the tree.
So we saved her, right?
We purified her final resting place to the best of our ability. I guess we could go back downstairs and try to cleanse the water because black dragons leak acid, and the water downstairs is very acidic, but I'm guessing over time that will do it itself.
You removed the Draconis fundamentum, so any acid leaking would be.
Oh no, while she was alive.
Oh, okay.
Don't they
Right,
leak
sorry.
acid when they're alive and make
Yeah.
everything around them kind of acidic?
Yeah, they kind of warp the environment over very long periods of time. Yeah. Yeah.
So
I'm
so
sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. And he just picks one of his leaves off him and places it in her hands, assuming her hands are like together or whatever.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful gesture, Solomon. And I wish we could have saved the Dryad as well, but whoever felled this tree sealed her fate, and that was absolutely unacceptable and something we need to address, I assume, with Bavlorna.
Okay, I think I can help with the water situation tomorrow.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. We all need rest tonight.
All right. You can set up a watch if you wish.
Well, we're all scattered, so I guess that's kind of...
That is true, yeah.
Solomon, if you want to sleep in here, I'll stay awake for a couple of hours and look over you. Or if you'll do the same for me.
Yeah, it's fine.
we can, if anybody else comes in, I'm just putting down my bedroll.
Rodolfo would
Oh, hi.
just hear the sound of moving crates as I'm piling them against the doors.
Rudolph, I'm not quite sure we need to block everybody else out like that, but Solomon and I were just talking about setting up a watch schedule. I can watch the first couple of hours if y'all want to take the next 2 shifts, and if anybody comes in, they can take the last shift.
Yeah, I'm happy to help. I will take a shift.
Okay.
Where is Xaxx and Tarquin? I know
Xaxx,
he's on, but Xaxx.
Xaxx was outside last I saw, I think, and Tarquin, I think, needed some time alone. It's been a hard day for both of them. Xaxx lost a dragon, and Tarquin didn't lose any Haragon, but he's probably thinking on how he's going to handle all these Haragon going forward that he's now in charge of.
Well, I suppose. Okay, well, I do. I will take middle watch if you want. If you
Okay,
want to take first, I will take
I'll
second.
wake you up in a few hours.
Okay.
I mean, if you want, I can take the first watch and help you guys get to sleep.
I'm wide awake right
Okay.
now, Solomon. I appreciate the offer, but I I'm still so, and I shouldn't be. I'm still so excited. I killed my first dragon. Oh my gosh! I don't even know if my brothers have killed a dragon yet. I'm sorry. I know. A chance. I know I shouldn't be so excited about it, and I'm trying so hard to remain calm and adult, like
No, it
an
is,
adult should.
when you have done something that is worthy of being proud, then it is okay to enjoy that time. There is
Thank
nothing
you, Rodolfo.
arrogant or unseemly about enjoying a victory.
I mean, take
Thank you,
ta-
Rodolfo.
That
take it.
said, I had nothing to do with said victory, and I'm very tired, so I have nothing keeping me awake.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tanwen, take it from me. Being excited is a good thing. Like
Thank you, Solomon.
I can't. I don't feel that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Anyway,
All right.
sleep then, I guess.
So, Tarquin, I guess. What is it down below the tree stump? That's called Tarquin.
So Tarquin is going to place the piece of the dragon that he took around him, close his eyes, and begin to focus on the fight with the dragon. And whilst the fight didn't last long, the conversation at least did, and the presence of the dragon has at least had some sort of effect. So perhaps in his own way of honoring the dragon, and perhaps apologizing to Xaxx, even though Xaxx will probably never know this. He's going to be performing movements, trying to basically get in tune with essentially the energy of the dragon that is perhaps remaining in this place and in these pieces of the dragon.
Mm. Can you, as part of this, roll a perception check?
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad. Seems over the course of the night, as you're playing out these movements, and as you said, tapping in and feeling the energies, you actually sense that it almost feels like the dragon's presence is still here, almost whether it's from the horde or the smell, but feels as though that energy is fading over time, and the tree itself, the roots begin to sort of appear healthier. The muck and murk in the water actually starts to clear up a little bit. You start to see reeds poking out new shoots, and there was like this kind of blackish stain around where the pile of gold was, most of the Herringon have kind of picked up all the copper at this point. And so that black stain, you can sort of see it on the surface of the water like an oil slick, and it slowly shrinks. But you reckon at the rate it's going, it'll probably be fully diluted in 8 days.
Tarquin sort of considers this, and
weird that I rolled an 8.
Yeah, kind of funny. Don't have any spare. If I had any spare vials or anything, then I would potentially try to gather some of that up, but I can do that in the morning. But Tarquin observes it, and perhaps as part of his movements, and is perhaps watching it and how it flows in a way.
Yeah.
But after maybe a couple of hours of doing that, he will know that sleep is needed, will apply his eye bright, and will sleep with one of the fangs held tightly in his hand.
All right. Okay. And sleep does indeed find you after the pain from those burns does keep you up a little bit longer as well. Very uncomfortable sleep.
Yeah, as part of his movement and stuff, he was sort of focusing on the feel of those wounds, but not so much on how it hurt him, but more on how the effect worked, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So after a bit of tossing and turning, you find a position that you're not like sleeping on your burnt side, and you recover those injuries, those wounds. And as for everyone else, let's see. Back to you, Xaxx. You're outside, aren't you? Wandering the soggy planks, still in the pouring rain. Though it seems to perhaps be clearing up a little bit, but visibility is quite low out here.
If the weather's clearing up and it's gonna stop raining, then I'm gonna sleep outside.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. All right.
I'll just a dry-ish patch somewhere and sort of nestle in and I just want to be outside under the moon, under the stars.
All right. Yeah, the fog continues to sort of hover over the planks, but the rain does finally give up. And when you're finding sleep, you feel yourself just drifting along on that same mist. Sort of, perhaps you're still holding onto that pendant as well. It's on your person. And again, there's another sort of flash of lightning and thunder. And it almost stirs you awake in the middle of the night, just briefly. But you look up and you don't see any rain clouds. You don't see any rain pouring down on you. It seems as though it was just sort of a flash in your dream. But again, maybe this pendant sort of echoing off of something now that it's been released from that hoard.
I'm gonna hold it tight and just sort of try to, I don't know if bond with it is the word, but
yeah,
the same way I was doing with the moonstones, just sort of try to connect with it, and if nothing happens and I just fall asleep, then so be it. But I'll just hold it for a while.
All right. Well, as you go to hold it, then you actually feel a little static shock from it, just briefly. Just you're sure that it hadn't touched anything. Yeah, you definitely weren't dragging your feet across the planks, but something sort of charged it.
Interesting. Yeah. This pendant, huh?
And
lightning. Okay.
I mean, it's a familiar story to what Jingle Jangle told you about the charred key that she gave Rodolfo. She had a little static shock when she touched the key as well. But anyway, other than that, I think just gonna check out in here actually. It was Solomon's on the last watch, so Rodolfo and Tanwen are splitting up their watch as well. So
Yeah, Rodolfo during his watch, if he's gonna grab a bunch of Agdon's books, and he wants to flip through them and see if there's anything relating to Prismere or the Summer Court. Not interested so much in the dragon stuff, but just trying to get a better general understanding of the culture in this place. And maybe do some prep on the next mission. Yeah.
So, okay, the Summer Court. If you want to give me just a quick investigation, Jay, we'll see how much information there is on the Summer Court.
15?
15? Okay. Yeah, there is probably a tome that outlines the Sealy Court, otherwise known as the Summer Court. And they're a pantheon of Fae-like deities. They were actually split into sort of two groups, the inner and outer circle. And the inner circle was a close group of 6 Fae deities who had shared attributes. Although typically chaotic, they were all loyal to Queen Titania, and they would all do as she so requested. Members of the inner circle tended to be sort of playful and curious, though also cautious due to the small size of their avatar-like forms. Disputes between members of the inner court were also, well, sometimes they were rare, sometimes they were very common, but they always were quickly resolved. Sort of I guess, blustered, sort of heated moments, but then they quickly pass.
Right, okay.
There, as you're looking over this book with the investigation, you do notice this book's actually quite old. Just from the frayed edges, the paper and parchment seems kind of worn. Yeah, you're not sure just how old it could be, but just especially being in the Feywild, you're not sure how time kind of passes. But you'd estimate you'd put this book a century years old.
Right. Okay.
And the text is obviously inked in Sylvan.
Yes, yeah. Is there anything about the Soggy Court?
The Soggy Court. The Soggy Court can give me a separate investigation check on that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Not shabby. Let's see. So, the Soggy Court is comprised of a whole village of bullywugs, and the exchange of heads has been, hats. I say heads because you've noted in this little article that the Soggy Court often lose their heads during violent changes in leadership. There's a bit cutthroat. They're very backstabby. It's like a royal court. You'd expect all these kind of plots to overthrow one another. The Soggy Court are also beholden to Bavlorna, it seems. You've heard that she's made her home there, a cottage in the center of Downfall. That's what you've heard. And it seems like this matches the description as well. Some bullywugs fear her, some despise her, some are very loyal to her. But the bullywugs don't have just one sort of motivation in mind. They all have their own little pockets of cliques. They're all out for something, but most of the time it's for leadership, and they're always out trying to outplay each other in the political ladders. It's a lot of games, there's a lot of backstabbing, and you can imagine it would be quite tricky to live a normal life being a bullywug, especially in in this Feywild realm where magic is also an element. But there's a list of names that you get lost in because there's literally so many. The Duke of, lily pads, the Archbishop of bogs. There's so many titles that you get lost in just how many there are. That's kind of where your investigation starts to fail. Like, it's not fail, but trail off as you start getting lost in all the names.
Mm-hmm.
But you
Okay.
got some good information from it.
At least I know they're trying to get a better political feel of how to maneuver around. Yeah.
The Soggy Court has an overdeveloped sense of grandeur as well.
Hmm.
Pomp and courtesies seem to be what they possess, and an insatiable lust for courtly intrigue. So they're very much gossipers. All right, and then I'm going to roll something. That was your watch. I'm going to say at this point you wake up Tanwen as well. I can just roll this. Perfect. Tanwen, what do you do on your watch?
I am gonna go through and clean my daggers and go through, check all the arrows. I need to restock one arrow and make sure that everything looks good. It looks straight.
Okay.
I'm gonna check my longbow since I fell and make sure that it didn't get damaged. So while I'm watching, I'm gonna check all my weapons and make sure that everything is fine. Maybe make sure that my leather armor doesn't need to be mended. It didn't get any acid on it.
Sure.
Just do the typical check your gear, check your stuff, make sure you have everything, make sure everything's packed right in the backpack.
Okay.
Get ready for the next adventure.
And whilst you're sorting through your gear, can you make a perception check?
Okay.
All right. 17. Okay. Okay. The door opens at some point, and you do see some Herringon. They're like, "Oh, sorry, excuse me, my watch is over," and they seem to just try to sidle through to get to their beds.
Okay. Um,
As she goes, though, she looks quite tired. She accidentally drops one of her arrows on the floor, and she's like, "Oh, whoops!" Picks it up. I'll try not to disturb you. Sorry. And she slips through and closes the door after her.
I'm gonna go make sure there's nothing on the floor.
Okay.
That she didn't drop something else or throw, take the time when she's bent down to
Uh,
toss something under a table or on the other side
you
of.
check around. Doesn't look like she's left anything. As you do a
Okay.
thorough search, she only went in and went out quite quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Out of game. Is anybody else hearing birds?
Uh,
Is that chatters?
that's the morning. Yeah, it sounds like
Okay.
it's.
Just
Sounds like
checking because I don't have schizophrenia, but I wanted to
no,
make sure I wasn't hearing
some
things.
ambience. The swamp is coming
Perfect.
alive in the morning.
All right.
As the final watch is Solomon's. It must be
Okay.
about 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Early birds.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna, like I said, just check my gear, check my weapons, clean
Mm-hmm.
everything, sharpen things that need to be sharpened. I've got a whetstone to sharpen my daggers if they need to. Make sure nothing's cracked or damaged or
Gotcha.
doesn't need to be mended, and
Yep.
then just make sure that my companions continue to sleep and worry about Tarquin and Xaxx.
Okay. Xaxx is out in the open, but he doesn't encounter any dangers. Thankfully, they have their own watch as well set up, so if any swamp creatures come around, that they are able to sort of ward them off. But no, you're all able to get a long rest, and Solomon, you finish off the watch. Everyone else is kind of waking too, but
I
you
finish up
do have
the
time to prepare your spells as well.
I finish off the watch by putting the crates back where that Herringon moved the crates.
Okay.
That little pesky thing. And I, before my long rest, and
No.
because we're in a swamp, swamps are generally hot from what I gather.
Yeah.
I use a wild shape to turn into a giant spider and just curl up next to these two to give them a bit of AC.
Okay. Bit of AC, I like it. I remember, yeah, your spidery form is very icy. Almost look like it's made of crystal.
And I just watch.
Okay. The
And
watch goes by without incident, and you feel a freshness in the air. Not sure where or why, because normally it's a swamp, it's filled with fetid water, but for some reason, just in the breeze, something carries a sort of cleanly, fresher air. And yeah, that's maybe brought on by the corruption now gone from this place. But the Dryad remains ever still.
First thing I'll do in the morning is go down and find the deepest part of the thing downstairs, the water downstairs, and cast Purify Food and Drink
Oh, okay. Sure.
to help reduce its...
Hey, Solomon, morning.
Morning! And he just, like, steps
do,
into
do,
it.
do,
And
do you have a water bottle or an empty vial or something?
do I have?
Like, not one you'd actually drink from, just like a spare bottle or something.
We have the ones that have... Sorry. We have the ones that have the blind rot in.
Why don't you check the kitchen? Perhaps there are something there you can use.
Rodolfo's down there too.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Tarquin will go.
Oh, are we? Oh, I thought
You're
you were
all
coming
awake
up in
now, anyway. It's fine.
Never mind. I'll shout down the stairs. Try the kitchen. I'll look for you.
I'm trying to sleep. Agdon's in this room as well. I'm trying to sleep.
Hey, Agdon, you got any empty bottles in your room?
I mean, yeah, lying around.
Alright, I'm just gonna come up and grab one.
And I purify the water.
Uh-oh. Tarquin gets the bottle, comes back down to see the oil slick very rapidly.
And Tarquin quickly dives into it and scoops up some of the black liquid before it fully disappears.
He just asked for a bottle.
I know, he didn't ask about the weird liquid in the corner. Solomon, you completely purify this water. It's crystal clear now, and you can see the reeds, beautiful green shoots growing up from beneath the bed of earth.
I was waiting for him to tell me to stop, and he just asked for a bottle.
Yeah,
that's
right. he wanted the bottle, and he didn't know what you were trying to do. He just thought you'd come down here. You didn't say, "I'm going to try to purify the water."
It's funny. I think it's funny. Just
like Tarquin dived and scooped some up just before it disappeared. It's like, yes.
You get like an ounce or something,
That's
just the last little bit.
That's all I need.
Thirsty?
No, I have plans.
Plans for water?
Corrupted water, yes.
Oh.
Interesting.
Well, why didn't you say?
Because I didn't realize you were about to cast a spell on it. I thought you just came down here to, I don't know, enjoy the deepness. I mean, I honestly don't quite know what your deal is yet, so maybe a place like this are your style.
I kind of just wanted to help the swamp, I guess.
I mean, yeah, that's good. I mean, I got what I needed anyway. Would have liked a bit more of it, but it's fine. It's fine. It's all good.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. You didn't know. I didn't know. It's nobody's fault. I got what I needed anyway. And to be honest, it was more just a win than anything important.
What's that for?
Just an idea for a training thing for my fighting, but it's fine.
You're gonna punch the bottle of corrupted water?
Maybe.
Okay.
Or, I mean, it's corrupted water. Maybe if I throw it at someone, it could do something.
Ooh. Also, Chris, did I have any dreams of being Nox?
Oh, because of your
the mask, yeah.
The mask. I suppose that is a good question. The dreams are weird for you though, because you go into a trance, don't you, as an Eladrin?
Yeah.
So it's almost dreamlike, but I suppose there is sort of a presence that you feel that wasn't there before. It's definitely a new experience when you put on this mask, but it might take a few days to sort of get used to how this item works. You're sort of perhaps aware of a window, but you haven't kind of cleaned the window enough to be able to look straight through it. But you definitely feel though as though something is there, sleeping in the back of your mind. Another entity, another presence.
I guess what I'm asking is, does Solomon feel any semblance of happiness through that window?
Oh, there's a warmth. You feel a warmth to that window. Like the closer you get to it, the warmer you get, and maybe that's why you sort of you're cautiously approaching this, because obviously the warm is so unnatural to you. It's so far away. It's like night and day to you. Feeling warm is something you haven't probably experienced since you got breathed on by acid.
So,
but that's a different kind of warmth.
Just to clarify, Solomon can't feel joy, is basically the thing. So does that mean that Nox can't feel sadness?
Correct. And you've seen that the way she's played.
I'm not sure which is worse.
Yeah, I know.
Because only feeling joy is pretty bad in itself. It's yeah.
If you've noticed, whenever something bad or frantic has been going on,
they always seem...
has always been super upbeat, like oh well, like happy go lucky, sort of.
Yeah. So it's why Solomon was.
You're like the twins from American Dragon, I swear.
Or Inside Out.
Yeah.
It's why Solomon was sad, but was encouraging of Tanwen being excited, because he can't get excited.
So it's almost like he was trying to get what's the term? Is it vicariously? Like almost like
live vicariously.
Yeah, so live vicariously through them. Like because he can't get excited about it, he wants them to be excited about it, because at least then he can sort of see what it's like.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You perhaps feel that warmth, and then as you're kind of coming out of the trance, you feel that warmth from the sun that's sort of beaming in. But you're not sure. It's like I say, a couple more nights with this, and you might start to see things. We'll see.
Anyway, I purified the water, and we head back up, I guess.
Okay. So Agdon's on top of the tree stump, looking out, ordering his men and brigands to organize some skiffs for you guys. And sure enough, they're all ready. There's a couple. I think says two will be enough. Well, let's make it 3. If I'm here to escort you.
Exactly. Taking 3 will show a certain amount of pomp ourselves, which is probably a good thing.
All right, sleep well.
Yes.
It's okay.
Okay. Well then, hop in.
How long is it going to take to get there?
Well, we know our way through the tollway, so, and we're already pretty close. You'll get there in a couple hours.
Okay, and how steady a ride is it? Is it like, is it
steady?
Is it going to be smooth, or is it going to be like, are there any rapids?
No, we're in a swamp. Everything's very still.
Excellent.
Are you coming with us?
Yes.
Oh,
Agdon
come
is
up to the
Agdon is
outside.
our introduction to the court.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Um,
while we're on the way, I'm going to pick his brain about which of the Bullywugs are sympathetic to Bavlorna, which
Hmm.
ones are opposed to her, which ones are running the resistance, all that stuff. If there's
While
anyone
you
who
do that,
doesn't care.
While you do that, I got something I gotta take care of inside because I forgot. I'll run into the tree really quickly.
Okay. Yep.
Good, Xaxx. You can help me carry out breakfast for everybody. I
Oh.
prepared a little something for everybody to eat, so you can help me carry breakfast out.
Okay. Oh wait, I should also do. Hey, I get a charge back on my pie.
Oh, nice.
Amazing.
Yay. More pies. Fantastic.
Wow.
I get a charge back. Where is
great.
it?
Tarquin will also come in to help with the carrying of the breakfast.
It's just toast and cheese and
Yeah,
some
it's good.
roasted carrots with a
Yeah.
little bit of sugar and cinnamon.
Have you ever tried making a carrot jam?
No, I have not tried making a carrot jam. I've only had them cooked with this kind of a sweet sauce, but a jam sounds good as well.
We should try that. But I've never
You'll
had
have
it
to
either.
teach
But
me.
I'm wondering if that you can make like a carrot spread. That sounds good on toast.
I would think you could, but I've never tried it. The only thing I would think you'd have to do is cook the carrots enough that they were soft and not crunchy.
Maybe cook them in
Like,
butter.
a crunchy peanut butter. Some people like it, some people don't.
Yeah.
I've heard that Solomon doesn't like nuts in his breakfast.
What do you mean?
Only on desserts. Only on desserts, right?
Oh, you said sweet
Nuts
things.
on desserts.
Mhm.
That's
think-
Agdon.
I think you're confusing character and person here.
No, I was just messing
I
with
know.
Jamey.
Chris, did the scale activate at all?
Okay, so over the night you would have to attune, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so as long as you've done that, and as you're tuning, that sense of, I guess, adventure is nothing activated, like nothing like abruptly. No, but you do feel a little bit more confident wearing it, knowing that it's some sort of abjuration. There's some sort of protective magic on it, but nothing abruptly changed in your demeanor or like, you know what I mean. You just notice that it has fitted to actually wrap around your wrist in a perfect fit, whereas before it might have been a little bit bigger. Solomon, I imagine it's kind of like quite lanky, right? So it's
Yeah.
actually tightened around your wrist over the course of the night, so
Oh,
it doesn't fall off.
all right.
So it's definitely magical. It's definitely formed to you, but it hasn't activated or anything.
I was hoping I'd be able to tell what it does.
You can roll an Arcana check if you wanna.
I will.
Maybe think about what it does.
Like,
Tuning doesn't actually identify it technically.
like if it makes me less convinced to help people or less frightened of people, I wonder.
I wonder. Someone's looked it up already, have they?
I already have it as Midas.
Yeah, it's the exact item that Midas has.
That's definitely how you feel waking up. You're not intimidated in the slightest by the brigands. And
that's a big change for Solomon.
So here's the thing, guys. I feel less frightened of things, but it was me being so frightened of things that helped me to be cautious of people. So I don't think it's a good fit for me.
You don't think so? Confidence on an accessory. I mean, this is wonderful.
And it might have some other effects, so...
What I'm saying, out of character...
So already got Fey ancestry.
Yeah, so I already have advantage against being charmed. It would give me advantage against being frightened. In character, Solomon is saying that his being frightened is what helps him from being charmed, because he's already cautious of people.
Right.
Nox could do with some fear to stop them from running into things, blindly.
I mean...
But if you guys want to leave it with Solomon, that's fine.
Well,
but if any of you guys think it's better with you guys...
Perhaps, if it's something that you don't feel suits you, then perhaps Xaxx should have it to honor their previous president.
That's fine with
me. As the current president and CEO of Dragon Incorporated,
a subsidiary of Carnival Cards Limited.
I would, if everybody's okay with it, I would accept this, but I'm not 100% sure this is really for me. I would somebody who maybe goes up close a lot more. Like I would think Tarquin.
I don't know. Black. I mean, I'll take it. It kind of actually fits in with something that I'm working on, but
if it has something that fits you, I think it seems like it is yours to take.
I as the president and CEO of Dragon Incorporated, a subsidiary of Carnival Cards.
You can say that every time.
I am providing my approval for Tarquin to take this particular item.
So, because it's going to be a couple of hours, assuming that we don't get interrupted on the way, that would be enough time to unattune and reattune?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, so I will...
Solomon just like coughs. He's like he's holding it in one hand, but holding his other hand
out. He will give you... sort of calls out, Elmer, are you about? You keeping an eye on things?
So, Elmer hasn't been spotted since you guys infiltrated the stump.
Yeah.
And he kind of gathered that he's either done his job and run, or he's dead in the mud somewhere, because he was getting shot at when you guys ran.
He's got my damn whistle. Fine, I will hand, and in exchange for the thing, I will give him the potion of healing that I have, because it's the only thing of value that I have.
Well, you can probably assume he might have gone back down to another well and returned back.
Unless you want the orange parchment folded to look like a Night Strider unicorn.
I'm okay with the potion.
Okay, so I'll give him the potion of healing. Are you able to drag those between sheets, Chris? Because I don't know if you have
I don't think it was put on my sheet anywhere.
Not yet, no.
I will put the scale.
You can get that. Yeah, you can grab the scale, and I'll just drag a potion onto Nox's sheet.
Yeah. Out of character, are titles actually transferable?
What, like the Witchlight title and stuff?
Yeah, like if Tarquin was actually to give that away, if we'd lost against Agdon, would Agdon be able to fly?
Yeah.
Oh, that's it's actually technically an item.
You can't take it away from someone, but Tarquin offered it as part of a Fey bargain. So that it kind of is his title to give, and same way you can give someone your true name. It does have power.
Interesting.
A title has power in the Feywild.
Interesting.
Okay. In the morning, then you're all setting out, kicking off from the boat. Xaxx, did you do what you wanted to do?
Yeah, I went to grab the book, find and grab the book on dragons. I need to learn how to be a dragon, apparently, if I'm going to be the CEO and president of Dragon Incorporated, a subsidiary of Carnival Cards Limited.
Yeah, it does seem like an introductory book on dragons, and probably there's another like small little pamphlet called like How to Train Your Dragon as well that Agdon's picked up, because he's like, he's trying to, ride this thing eventually. So yeah, he's definitely picked up a few books like that.
Yeah, so I'll learn the basics of how to dragon now, so I'm the head honcho.
I hear that one of the ways of being a great dragon is to have no teeth.
And I'll bring up what he said earlier as well, mentioning I think it was it was Solomon. You said something about having the pipes of haunting or something, some sort of illusionary item, and they said that how dare you compare me to some sort of trickster? I'm not some illusionist who doesn't. I don't use parlor tricks like the green dragon would. And that's one of the first things you find as you're reading through here. The chromatic dragons, green ones, they're tricksters. They're like Loki. I like to prank things, whereas black dragons are cruel and they love to feel superior. They make sure everyone knows that they're the ones in charge and everyone else is a thrall to them. And yeah, Agdon had his work cut out for him trying to raise a black dragon. This is something that is innate with this type of dragon, it seems. As much as Agdon tried to nurture them, it seems it is in their nature to be this way. Nonetheless, you read away, you attune to the item, Tarquin. It's a slim fit now, it's around your wrist, it's even tinier still, so it shrinks down even more. And yeah, it's like a small little scaled black bracelet. Actually quite cool contrast with your fur. But yeah, almost looks like a black cuff. What's it called? Cufflink. Go on.
Yeah.
And everyone sets off. So the next 2 hours go by sort of driftily, lazily. Flies buzzing around. But as we're going, I guess those with high passive perceptions. But actually, I'll just let everyone roll perception, and we'll just see who gets the highest. Yeah, I like that.
Oh,
I'll guide
that's not
myself.
me.
I'll be guiding myself as I'm looking around. Because I'm pretty bad at this anyway. Yeah, 15.
That's the perfect. Alright, so who got the highest then?
Me.
Xaxx. Oh no, top.
26.
I kept on scrolling up, like higher. Wow. Okay, well a 28 and a 26 and a 24 would definitely spot these kind of strange slicks in the surface of the water. Oh, you rolled persuasion, didn't you, Tanwen? Yeah, that's alright.
Oh, is that what I did? I'm sorry, it's so small on my screen. I was like, why didn't I get any bonus to that?
Every time.
Oopsie doodle. Oh well.
My little shortcut one up top says Carnival cards and not Tanwen, which is why I opened the big sheet.
No biggie. So, a couple of you do notice as you're drifting along lazily on the river, there's that strange phenomena you saw before. Kind of an oil slick across the water, but as it gets closer and you can see a top-down view of it, there's this image or illusion playing out on the surface of the water that it's the first one you saw was like of that bullywug, just sort of reading a large book on their lap. This time you see that same bullywug with the kind of lopsided crown. They seem to be looking around, looking under pillows, checking under like lily pads, and they seem a bit flustered, panicked almost. They don't have the book anymore. They're just looking around for something. And after they kind of give up looking and searching, they're almost like biting their nails. Frogs had them, but he's got his hands on his head and he's a little bit panicked, and that sort of drifts by past your skiff.
Tarquin sort of looks
Did
at them.
Bill see that?
Well, that's weird, but means that perhaps something's not going well for whoever that was.
We're looking for maybe
is this
if
the type
we
of things that you always see in the in the swamp? This visions of the king. I mean, it's a very effective management tool if used correctly. You see the king being important, but
not that I'm aware of, but I mean, it could be, and Tarquin is just sort of pulling this out of his butt a bit in terms of like story sort of things. I mean, it could be, the nature of the Feywild and places like this is they're quite tied to emotions and things like that. So it might be that this is almost the land reaching out to us in order to tell us or give us some warning, like perhaps to help us. Like it wants us to know this so that we can help it.
perhaps
maybe if
I'm
we
not
find
sure
his
that.
maybe if we find his book, then he'll be more friendly towards us.
Yeah.
Possibly, if that's what that means. I mean,
Hey,
I'm sure that the land would be sympathetic to being restored to health, but I'm not sure that espionage is that style. I would be very surprised.
Agdon, you've been to the Soggy Court before, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the old king, what is he, the 14th or whatever at this point?
I have no clue, honestly. And I wrote a little intelligence check for him earlier. And as you're trying to pick the brain, I mentioned earlier, he doesn't recall many names. He's like, all their titles are so long, and their names are hard to keep track of.
But the one in charge, is there anything to do with a book about them being in charge?
I couldn't tell you, if I'm totally honest. Yeah, he doesn't know, I'm afraid.
That's fair. You probably were too busy scoffing a carrot and didn't notice or something, but it's fine.
He shrugs.
Yeah. Whilst we're traveling, considering it's meant to be a nice, smooth journey, I realised that Tanwen has just disappeared and the other person's going to ask us off, but Tarquin is going to offer to Tanwen for him to start carving the horn into a horn.
Okay, yeah. You can give me a check with your woodcarver's tools to see just how good your craftsmanship is.
Yeah, so this would essentially, and I'm going to ask for crunchy leaves, so this would be I'll roll sleight of hand because it's basically the same bonus but it'll be my woodcarver's tools because I don't know.
Do you have woodcarver's tools on you?
No, but this isn't really. I was going to be basically using like my daggers and stuff, I guess, for carving it because I'm just carving like the dragon motif on the outside rather than.
All right. Go ahead, give me the sleight of hand then.
Yeah, just because.
Guidance.
Yeah, that's not bad.
10.
And then with the guidance. So 18.
Yeah, despite it being kind of an average roll, that is totally compensated for the fact that you've had plenty of years mastering your craft. And overall an 18, it comes out pretty damn stylish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as part of carving the dragon onto it, I'm also going to damn it, Tanwen has the awkward one. So there's going to be a dragon on one side carved, and on the other side is going to be basically like a symbol of a Joker, but basically to represent the Red Joker sort of thing, and using some of potentially some of his like stuff from his disguise kit. So he'd probably have makeup and stuff in there. He's going to try to fill in that carving so that it's red.
I like it. Yeah, that's totally doable.
Yeah.
Overall with your 18. Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, and that is just and then
And then you end up handing it back to them?
Yep, basically, yeah. So
Alright.
so that's probably just the outside carving for now, because the actual carving of it into a functional either drinking horn or sounding horn will probably require more equipment than what he has, but it's a start.
It's looking good, Tanwen, as you're handed back the horn carved on one side, the dragon on the other, the red joker.
It's a very thoughtful design. I like that.
Mhm.
Very nice.
And he sort of looks to the others. If it's something you guys would want, I was actually thinking, obviously we've got these cards to represent us, but I was thinking, considering we all basically slayed a dragon together, I was thinking I could mark up a fang or a claw with our carnival card numbers so that we have that other form of representation, something perhaps we could wear on like a necklace or something. And
like a badge?
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. I mean, yes, if you would be willing to do that, that would be, I think, a nice symbol of power, of belonging, representation. We can impress people.
Exactly.
Say, well, I'm a member of the Dragon Killer cards.
Yep.
So try your worst.
Yeah, it would be
Carnival cards of dragon slaying.
Yep. I mean,
all right.
And subsidiary to the whatever Xaxx says.
Well, he's a subsidiary of us because the carnival cards came first.
I'm president and CEO of Dragon Incorporated, which is a subsidiary of Dragon Carnival Cards Limited.
Yeah.
Wait,
we are the parent company.
Yeah,
do we get any roles?
I'm also in the parent company, so I'm the parent company of myself. I'm my own parent.
Yeah. But I mean, well, that's sort of how it is. When you diversify in business, you start off with this big parent company, and then once people are good enough, then you've got like these different areas that you're marketing out to. You put one of the members of the main board in charge of this little company. I mean, we can potentially I mean, obviously, we've also got our subsidiary of the Brigands, of Brigands Toolway, and
we should map this out. Actually,
yeah, we need.
This was so much easier when I was in charge.
True, but huh?
Do we each have a job?
Yeah, I'm gonna work on the org structure once we've dealt with Bavlorna, but yeah.
Considering my card, I guess I could be an ace attorney.
What? I mean, you could be our legal representative if you wanted. There's always good to have one of those. You can be the head of our legal department. Solomon and Knox at law.
So, just as you're saying that everyone, even without the need for a perception check, sees another one of these visions sort of streaming down. It's so clear. It doesn't even have like a ripple to it. It must be like fresh or something. Feels like it's brand new because it's just formed. And this is also the image you're seeing as you enter into Downfall. You see the lights in the distance of all these cottages and walkways. But yes, the vision. So the vision shows an odd looking creature. They happen to be sat down and they are looking back and forth at something. And it's strange because the vision, you thought it was like cut off at the top, but as it kind of passes by you, you see a top half of the vision where maybe you see, washing lines of washing, and so the top half of the image isn't cut off. What you're actually seeing is very much a headless child, and they seem to be looking back and forth. But as they scratch their arms, you see flecks of straw fall away from their hands, and with their hands, they are not normal hands. They are giant metal lobster claws instead. I did tell you this is a strange creature. It tries to pick up something next to it. Seems like a large wooden bucket. It tries it on, flips it round like upside down, tries to fit it on top, and then doesn't seem to fancy it. Pulls the bucket off, looks around, and sees there's a withered head of a cabbage, and waddles over to that, and you see bits of straw falling away from them as they do. They pick up this cabbage, they try that on, they spin it round, and they seem to get bored of that. And then finally, they seem to decide on a large gourd that they pick up, plonk straight in, kind of fits, and then they sit down and they kind of look at their lobstery hands and clack them a moment or two, and then seem to sigh, and that's it. That's the image. As that sigh happens, you see the image sort of wash away downstream.
Are you showing us this image?
I could, yeah, I could show you this image. Let
Thanks.
me find it, because it's something else. There it is.
Anybody else see that last one? It wasn't as straightforward as a frog without a book. So
Yeah, that's.
Do we have such things as scarecrow people in the Fey world in Prismia?
I mean,
we.
Remember,
I've
we
seen-
had that necromancer. This looks like that may be a creature of that necromancer again.
Yeah, or it could just be some sort of weird plant. You get a lot of those.
Maybe it's
That's
just a
true.
fake wild creature that just sort of, wants to look like it has a head.
Yeah.
I mean, all of these are equally likely. This is a very strange place.
Yeah.
That one was a little bit what's the word? Morbid. Is that the word I'm thinking of? It's a little bit strange and foul. I don't
know if foul is the word. It just hasn't done anything. It's just sort of sitting on.
It's very odd and perhaps
minding its own
disconcerting.
business. I think it's just different.
I don't trust it.
I do.
All right. Finally, the end of the stream opens up into a lake that you can see ahead of you, and you hear the croaking of frogs. The lines of fishermen are out, and you can see they're attached to the rods that are being held by bullywugs. They're sat in skiffs. They seem to be lazily drifting along the same stream as you guys, just waiting for a bite. And I'll drag you to Downfall. And yeah, the murky swamp of Hither has this strange little village nestled within it. The settlement consists of a collection of outbuildings and ruins, and surrounding in the center is a monstrous cottage. It's big, like it dwarfs all the other little huts and such. In fact, I've got some art for that later as well. But for now, though, what you're dealing with immediately in front of you is, as I say, a little skiff. There's Agdon. There we go.
Is that an well in the very center?
No, that's actually one of the large stilts that are propping up the cottage.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Cottage is on top of all this?
Yeah.
That's right. So there's a little outline in the center that sort of denotes where that cottage is. And if I direct your view to the part in the middle, that kind of shows you a little view of what you're dealing with. There does seem to be a little a metal cage hanging off the side of it.
Is this
That's the
Bavlorna's
cottage, though?
You can only guess as to whose cottage it is, but it is definitely in the center, and it seems to be the largest of all.
What? We're here
that's
already?
the outline. Okay.
Here already?
We knew that Bavlorna was in Downfall, so.
Like I thought we'd be a higher level before we hit the cottage.
Agdon says, I mean, do you feel stronger?
I mean, I felt stronger after resting up after fighting a dragon. So
yeah, we took on a dragon, so Bavlorna should be no problem.
Hey, well there you go.
Plus, if I suppose we need to try to speak to the right people here, because we're not just going to be able to approach there willy-nilly, I imagine.
I guess.
Maybe we should get off and sort of sneak around and scout about a bit and, find our way.
We need to, find that person that, Ufgunk said we needed to speak to.
Yeah, do you want me to remind you who that was?
Yep, because again, my mind blanks on names apparently.
Okay.
I'm gonna make
He told you.
this one.
Ufgunk specifically told you of an individual known as Illig, Baron of Muckstump. And you remember Sir Talavar telling you that one of his companions who helped him escape was known as Morgort, and she was left behind. Unfortunately, she didn't make it onto the balloon ride with Wigglewog. She stayed behind as a distraction. Okay. So as you're approaching, the two bullywugs nearest the GIF you're on spot you, and they let out a large kind of belching croak to announce themselves, almost like sort of an air horn.
Or on you, Rodolfo, you're head of public relations.
Yes, I square up and I sort of straighten my jacket out and try and look as much as if I want to be seen as I can. Like I am, being presented at court or showing up at court.
All right. And the bullywug croaks in your direction. Outsiders, who are you? State your business here.
Greetings. We come from. We represent the monarch of the Witchlight, and we wish to speak to your leader. May we have such a privilege?
Yeah. You wish to speak to King Gullop, the 19th? Oui?
King Gullop the 19th.
I swear
yes,
that's moved on like 6 since we last heard it, I swear.
Well, we do not normally let outsiders just wander in so easily, but you say you have a monarch.
This is a diplomatic mission. We do not intend to sneak or to, we are here out of respect. We are come to pay our respects.
I mean, if this is a diplomatic mission, which one of us is the ambassador?
Agdon shouts out as well. Says, and I'm here too, and you let these guys through. Otherwise, Bavlorna will. You don't have to go through Bavlorna, do you? You know, just let him through. Agdon Longska. What's it to you? Oh no, just your reputation precedes you.
If your king is too busy for an immediate audience, we would also be willing to speak with one of your barons.
No. If it is Agdon's recommendation that we just expedite this entry, then so be it. You are allowed entry. Yes. Come. He starts twisting the boat around, sort of letting a passage for you through.
Very kind. May we rest up before speaking with your king, or are we to go right in?
No. You may. Nothing is rushed in downfall.
You are civilized society indeed. This is
you may plod along at your own leisure, but I will be informing him that he will be expecting. What did you call yourselves?
We are the embassy of the monarch of Witchlight.
Okay, a title will definitely help you, and we all go by titles here.
Oh, you have a title yourself? How may we address you, good monsieur?
My name is Splog, Earl of Blackmore.
Earl of Blackmore.
Welcome to Downfall. Splog. And yeah, he lets you on through, and I'll move your skiffs along. Agdon's saying, "There, did my job. You're home free from here.
Yep.
You won't get any trouble from the bullies. You don't need me for anything else here, right? I'm gonna head back."
Yes, I feel that's fine.
Okay.
All right, then it's all up to you guys. Don't get too caught up in the politics. But what am I saying? I know you guys. You just tried to convince a dragon to leave its lair. But anyway, you do you. Good luck out there.
What was his thing? It was Earl of Blackmore.
Earl of
Yeah.
Blackmore.
Do we all
If you hover over this bullywug, you'll see his name.
need titles?
Ooh,
And I'm
I
sure
like
you'll
that.
get.
Like,
I'm sure if you stay here long enough, you're bound to get something. Yeah.
Well,
we also Carnival cards the Slayer of Dragons is with our
Yes.
title.
Well, if we want
We're
actual,
also the business representatives of Dragon Incorporated
so
division of
Xaxx,
Carnival Limited.
Xaxx, your title will be president, of course, because of your Dragon Incorporated. Solomon, you can be Attorney General.
I want to be Solomon, Earl of Grey.
Sure. Tanwen, you can be
Like the
Fits me to a T.
no,
Yeah.
Baroness doesn't. You can be Duchess of
Bowmaster?
Yes, Duchess of Bowden.
The bullywug's overhearing this and says, "Oh no! You cannot come up with these titles. They are anointed to you once King Gullop has seen your worth." Yes.
So these are specific titles for here.
What do you think? We just came up with them? No. You
Well,
earn your title.
It's more that within our group we have our own titles.
Oh, I see.
But I
within
mean,
the company, yes.
A rank.
Yes, but if your title, we can earn such a title amongst your lovely people, then that is fair enough. We will keep that in mind.
All right, you wish to more up here, and we do not charge for your boats. You may
Thank you.
simply tie them up and be on your way. And
actually, wouldn't say thank you. You have our gratitude.
and I will escort you when you are ready. But for now, I will simply loosely accompany you.
Yes.
He starts croaking back and forth with his own bullywug associate.
Here, have these. I give him some crunchy leaves as appreciation. He's guided.
Oh,
I don't. I. It's the only thing I could think of.
I feel a strange sensation, but it is a satisfying crunch. Yes.
Your ship. I have heard rumors on my journey here that one there is someone known as the Baron of Muckstump who is of some importance. Perhaps would it be possible to speak to them? We have a message from Ufgunk.
He tuts and rolls his eyes and goes, yes, he is still here in Downfall.
Would it be possible to speak to him before we speak to the king?
I doubt it. He is actually in the king's company as we speak.
Oh, well, that's very convenient. We'll just tidy ourselves up and then get ready to go see the king. And I sort of look to the others. Do any of you have the away to mend clothing. Actually, no, I would have been in my brigand's attire. So Tarquin quickly goes behind what looks like a bush over here, and will quickly change out of his brigand gear, which is burnt by acid, and into his performance attire. You know, the top hat, black clothing, etc., and come back. I feel properly dressed.
Also, in the moments you guys were discussing titles and such, when you're kind of just pushing through that thick fog that hangs in the air, that was kind of obscuring the area around you, so that the world appeared to have like almost shrunk. But before you, as the waterway widens and you moor up, the current is very slow here, giving the impression that you've entered into a large lake, and the croaking voices penetrate the fog from all around you, through which those dark shapes become clearer, resolving into all manner of bullywugs. There's more rowboats, some of them being oared, and you can see all around you. There's ramshackle wooden piers. There's a balloon that's anchored by 4 thick ropes that tie around it. There's loads of different areas to explore here, guys. So just wherever you want to go first, I'll follow you. You tell me where you want to go.
From where we are, can we see this weird storm cloud-like thing that's on the map?
All the way off in the distance, you see that, there is something of an oddity that sticks out like a sore thumb. A crackling black cloud that's definitely lightning streaks. There's a very distant flash. It is all the way over the other side of Downfall, but with it being so contrasting to the rest of it, you do spot it.
Your old ship, if you don't mind me asking, what's that over there? That what looks like a storm cloud on tied down?
He was mid-conversation with this other bullywug, and he was actually saying something that perhaps pertained to this. And he says, "We're getting so many guests here nowadays, huh? First the Darklings, and now yes, more guests have been allowed to visit."
Darklings have come. Are they still here?
Oui. There are 3 of them, I believe.
Huh.
Un, deux, trois. Yeah. The leader of them has an audience with Bavlorna in the center of the Downfall.
Tarquin?
Yes.
Do you want to make a show of this? I'm sort of like, well, not whispering, but talking it so these guys can't hear.
What did you have in mind?
Being your noble steed.
Tarquin considers this and goes, well, considering we're looking for pomp and ceremony, as much as obviously I'm who I am, I feel like I'm going to keep this modest, but you should perhaps offer the same to Rodolfo, because they're going to be our ambassador for this thing.
I do.
Perhaps, but you are the monarch.
True,
if anybody is to be attended by a mighty companion,
true,
I can lead Solominian, and you hiding. No,
it's more. I want to, and it's like, obviously we've said we're part of the embassy of the Witchlight Monarch's court. We haven't revealed that I am the Witchlight Monarch, so I want to see how he'll react to my ambassador
Rodolfo.
Before revealing myself, to use my title as a secret weapon, essentially. See if it's enough to just be an ambassador for myself.
Like an Amidala situation.
Excellent.
Right.
Princess Amidala. Okay.
Yes.
So I will wild shape into
Bearing
the
in
elk.
mind, we are in an elk, yeah? Elk would probably be... I mean, we've seen they're quite sure-footed, so...
Hope to God you've done the pictures.
You've turned into a giant frog.
Oh, okay. Wait, I clicked
What
out.
did you want to turn into?
into the elk, but for some reason the elk is a frog.
I mean,
How are you doing this?
I did
I'm
turn
a
into an elk.
giant frog would not. I don't know if they'd see that as an insult or not.
Yeah, I didn't turn into the frog. I definitely didn't.
It even says
mean,
Noxtrada elk.
I mean, then you're just riding a frog. Yeah, I would stick with not frog.
King
Yeah.
Gullop has his own mount, believe it or not.
What
Oh.
mount
What
does
does he
King
ride?
Gullop have?
He rides a giant toad, and
Oh,
Name-
so maybe it works.
Yeah, in which
No.
case, unless you want to go for the elk.
No, I definitely was the elk.
he points over.
I like the idea of something that is not from this court. We don't want to compete directly.
Yes, so
You know,
the
we
elk.
are diagonal.
Don't know why the picture didn't work.
Not sure either.
Even the token
He
takes
points
down.
out. He points
Yeah,
out to this area
Solomon?
here.
Solomon, you've
Yes?
seen a black dragon. You have not only seen a black dragon, you have fought a black dragon. So you've seen and interacted with a black dragon, which means you should be able to wall type into that.
Technically,
Are they monstrosities or beasts?
they're technically. I think they technically have their own
Dragons.
subclass of dragons, so you can't.
Oh.
They're
But
dragons,
also, even
Unless the DM is going to allow it the same way
But-
the DM might allow it an owlbear.
but
Into an
You know-
elk
but even if he was allowed to turn into a dragon, he wouldn't be able to do it yet because he can't transform into anything with a flight speed.
Yeah.
Hmm.
We will
Because
save
that's
that for
higher level
later, I
druid.
think.
That's 8th level druid, I think.
Yeah.
Flight speed.
Yeah, you don't get flight speed yet.
Why is it not letting me do the thing?
Don't know what you've done.
Clicked elk.
It did literally say elk on the thing, and if you double clicked, it took to elk.
I'm just trying to figure it out.
Now, Solomon, you have seen an owlbear.
Yeah, I'll turn into an elk.
An owlbear would be cool, but I think the CR might be too high for what level you are.
I mean, after I'm only the ambassador, right? And this is the soggy court.
Even the giant wolf spider's a
feel
frog.
I feel like an elk is a noble beast, you know, with impressive antlers. Not common around here. I think that is an excellent choice.
Yes, the elk is perfect.
Yeah.
The elk is excellent.
Do you wish to have a little meeting, a preparation before we go in? What we
Team
will
huddle?
say? What is our yeah? We're keeping the monarch's location a secret for now.
Yes.
Yeah. We can have a really quick meeting. It'll just zoom by.
Ha.
It's randomizing it. That's what it's doing.
I like how it's come up with frogs each time.
Yeah.
It really wants me to be a frog.
Splag,
Found it.
I just had your Earlship. I had one other person I wanted to inquire after. Have you heard of, I don't know their title, someone called Morgoth?
Naughty Morgoth. She has been imprisoned in the
There we go.
being looked after by the royal executioner, Sir
Yes.
Grey Croak.
I had...
Knight of... Yeah, I haven't not finished. Knight of Gar.
I
Such a long time.
I had heard from, on my travels, that they had been quite bad, and I just wanted to see that they were being appropriately punished for what they have done.
Indeed, she is. She's awaiting trial by combat.
In fact, Wood
Points over that way.
sort of looks to Rodolfo. Do you think it would be worthwhile, your ambassadorship, to see how this court deals with their prisoners before we attend a meeting with the king? Could be useful information.
think I understand. I don't know if we will be permitted to have such a liberty before we have spoken with the king. Perhaps his lordship can inform us if you have such a thing as, tourism in your in your dungeons. Perhaps you show the people, those who are about to be condemned. It is a common thing where in some places.
Well, we let everyone have a chance to clear their name. We often trial by combat is the most popular fashion to deal with these sort of things. You can prove yourself worthy by the sword will speak truth. You are perhaps gifted freedom.
And has this Morgoth been granted such a thing?
No, not yet. We're waiting another prisoner to pit them against.
Very interesting. So it is prisoner against prisoner, not against the champion of the king.
No.
Is it
most unique?
Is it to the death, or is it just to surrender?
Most definitely to the death.
But to lose is to die. This is the way.
That makes sense.
Yeah, give them freedom or give them death, right?
Yes, then...
The ultimate in law.
Do you ever have a trial in a court, in a formal court, like with a judge and defendants, this sort of thing?
We do have a legal expert with us, so that could help.
No, I just find these practices interesting.
In the eyes of the courts, this is their trial. Their executioner is their opponent. The judge is their own mastery of the blade, or whichever weapon they choose.
And is it permitted to speak to the prisoner, or to view them as the circus freaks they are?
I'm not too sure. I have not tried to speak to Morgoth. You could try asking Sir Greyroot himself.
Yes, would you be...
Just
are we okay to head over there?
We can head in that direction, sure. What was that? Sorry.
Sorry, just out of curiosity, what kind of crime would you need to commit in order to be put into the trial by combat? Like, is it just like a simple jaywalking thing, or is it like
no.
trying to kill somebody?
This was punishment for freeing a prisoner. The Sir Talavar, I believe his name was. He was being held as prisoner in Bavlorna's cottage, no doubt. You see those cages? And he points out very far out to the dangling cages on the end of one of those, we'll call them beams. Yes, she and another bullywug worked together to free the Talavar. That was definitely against Bavlorna's wishes. And if you do anything to upset Bavlorna, that is most definitely going to get you in jail.
Or just generally upset her somehow, like say she's not looking super good today and maybe she should smile more or something like that would do it?
Would not be advice. No.
But this is only how delightfully appropriate. It's a punishment for freeing a prisoner is to become a prisoner and take their place. We call this a balance of life.
Indeed.
I can respect this system very much, and he gives a little bow. Tell me, what kind of a mood is His Majesty in today?
I have heard whispers through the swamp vine that there is not a good mood today. He flustered. He seems agitated, irritable. That is what I've heard from the gossip.
Oh, how unfortunate! Does he give audiences every day?
Yes, it is open court. Many visitors.
And you have not seen him?
I
You
have heard gossip through the many voices and croaks.
Of course.
We like to talk. Not, you can't really keep a secret in Downfall.
Of course not. And he gives a little diplomatic laugh.
Now, look, come. If you wish to see a prisoner or such, we must embark. Which
Yes.
Well, I look around as if I'm checking with the group. Yes, we don't need to freshen up, right? We have time to visit
Mhm.
visit a little attraction as an entertainment. Excellent.
Yes.
You hear
We will follow you, my lord.
another voice, and definitely your presence has, over the course of these few minutes, actually attracted the kind of crowd of perhaps 2-3 more bullywugs that all kind of crowded. They're listening intently as he says, talking about like gossip, and you hear them overhear the festivities that you mentioned, and another another bullywug speaks up and says, "Oh, yes, the festivities are our specialities." And honored to introduce myself. I'm Nolop, Countess of Flower Moss. And this is this pollywog right here. That one. I just love festivities. Well,
My
just
lady, we are delighted to make your acquaintance. We are the embassy from the monarch of Witchlight. My name is Rodolfo de Basque.
a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Visitors, you must try uh, one of my sugary treats baked. I baked just this morning. Please, and she starts. She's
Oh,
actually got
I
near her this like table laid out with sort of like tea cakes and such.
can I eat one? Is it okay if I have one?
Yes. Please, consider it my formal welcome to Danforth.
Oh, you are most kind, and this is most generous hospitality here. And I'll eat one of the goods, the baked
Yeah,
goods.
Tarquin will
they're
also do
sugary.
so.
They're delicious. This is definitely a talented baker. You can tell, and she says, "I love festivities. I host parties all day.
This is. Can I give one to our elk here?
Of
Is it
course.
okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you. I'll take one and sort of put it towards the elk's mouth and see if it will eat it.
Much better parties than that King Gallop, I assure you."
I will eat it, but I will also like lean over for the frog to take one of the mushrooms off its moss.
Hmm. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Did you just say you
I
host parties, your
Oh yes.
countessship?
All the time. Yes. We are a lover of courtly ongoings, and parties are hand in hand. One of the best ways to negotiate and gossip.
Of course,
Perhaps we shall
this is
attend
the
one of your
reputation
parties.
of this court. You are full of sophisticated pleasures, like a fine, sophisticated, civilized country. Not like some other places around here, but we
I
are delighted to partake, and we enjoy such things ourselves. So hope to very much, how you say, peruse your magnificent parties.
Exactly. We shall no doubt see each other, and I'll get an invitations sent to you. I must tell you everything. This place is, uh, it is our home, but it's a wonder as well. Look
Oh,
at our
no
marvelous
doubt.
balloons, and she gestures behind her actually, which you can spot. Um,
Indeed, it is unique and delightful. I would be most pleased. Very gracious.
she takes a deep bow, and yeah, looming above you is this ramshackle pier with the balloon anchored by those ropes, uh, driven deep into the mire. The balloon's bladder expands and sags at kind of irregular intervals as swamp gas fills it, briefly before leaking out of some various tears and patchwork fabric. You can see there's a bullywug standing near the top of the ladders as well, and they're using a long silver needle and a spool of catgut to sew up one of the openings, and a second bullywug stands at the foot of the ladder to sort of steady it. And then huddled nearby are those like 3 giant frogs as well, whose long tongues are lapping up passing insects.
Tell me, your lordship, how is this mode of transportation restricted to only the most elite, or can anyone enjoy the flight like this?
Well, they are very expensive to build, but we only have a few, so yes, I would say they are reserved for important expeditions, and occasionally we use them for sightseeing and leisure.
Is there any chance that we, as your guests, would be able to enjoy such a luxury?
Oh, you must perhaps get permission, but I don't see why not if you are making good impression.
Oh, how delightful! You hear that, my companions? We'll perhaps be able to enjoy this ourselves. What a gracious and beneficent court we have here.
That is absolutely amazing.
If you are done distracting our guests, Nolop, then I will continue my my guided tour.
Yes, please point out anything of interest. We are, of course, new here, so it'd be good to know such a place.
Oh, go lick up some pond scum, Splag. I was only being polite to our new guests. You are hold up, and your tea cakes are only a distraction. She is like daggers staring at him. There seems to be some sort of like bitter rivalry between these two. Even though they've both been polite to you, they're definitely at each other's throats.
But that's kind of what
Or
we're being
else can I
told
say
of
at
the
each other's
court.
croaks. Okay, let's go. Moving on.
Actually, we should walk behind the ambassador.
Yes. You see a row of boulders spaced 2 feet apart breach the surface of this lake to form a kind of walking path of about 40-foot wide waterway. And you see the Splog makes it across in 3 hops. He doesn't even waste any time. Whereas for you guys who don't maybe have as long a stride and a leap, I'm going to pause you right there. As unfortunately Morning Dew, the elk, clippity-clop across some of these boulders goes well for the first few, and then when you get to this one right here, suddenly you feel your footing feel very unsteady, and immediately bursting up out of the water, perhaps almost threatening to knock you in it. In fact, let's have Morning Dew roll a dexterity saving throw.
Oh.
This boulder is no ordinary boulder. It rises up. You see arms and a head unroll from it. And it looks in your direction like sharpish, like, like you just woke this thing up.
Of course.
Oh, okay, that's good. You steady yourself, balancing back on your other hind feet, on your rear feet. And I guess in Sylvan, you hear this deep, gravelly voice. Hey, what are you doing? How'd you see I'm sleeping here?
Pardon, excuse us. Had not been warned that you are not to be touched. Please, we are guests here. But and he gives a little bow. Please do excuse our hearty pardons.
Grumbling, outsiders. Don't know where you're stepping. Look where you're going.
Yes, of course. Now that we know to be aware.
Give me a persuasion check, Rodolfo, because you're apologizing profusely.
Does it help?
Sincerely. It's not a deception check.
That's a resounding success. They seem to their grumbly attitude seems to dissolve quickly. Well, just skip this boulder, will you? I'm going
Yes,
back.
of course. It is very generous of you to excuse our clumsy foreign ways. Attention, everyone! And he makes a little golf clap. Attention! Do not step on this one. This is a lovely gentleman. We are not to hurt him. Yes, you understand. Unfortunately, the Earl was not so so forward thinking as to tell us. But now that we know, we must be very cautious. You understand? Very good. Excellent.
Understood, your Earlship. Your
And you can guys.
ambassadorship.
You
guys
may call
can
me
continue
your
along.
ambassadorship is quite all right.
This time, avoiding the middle step zone, both of you get across no problem. And no Tarquin's and Xaxx's perceptions are through the roof. So I will note that you see a bubbling coming from the water here that just so happened to appear when Morning Dew was staggering and nearly falling back. In fact, you notice two sets of bubbles.
Tarquin
just like
will
there
have
and there
a
in the
look
water.
more actively. Like he's seen the bubbles, he's gonna. Once he's on this boulder, he's gonna stare to see if he can see what's causing them.
Too murky to see even past a foot deep into the water. But
I'm gonna get in the water.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. What? Xaxx?
I want to find out what it is. I'm just gonna dip my head in the water.
Xaxx, before you do, let me just try this. Tarquin will grab a small pebble and throw it into like the area where the bubbles are, and see if that causes any reaction.
The stone doesn't do anything, but as Xaxx puts their head in, how far? Like you just trying to go to through the surface, or
just break the surface, see if I can see what's there.
Okay, give me a perception check, but I'm going to say disadvantage purely how murky it is. There is the pond scum on the top, but the fact that the whole swamp water is everywhere. Disadvantage, I think.
But
yeah.
Oh,
so 4 plus 7, so 11.
11? Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll make this a little contested check. Yeah, we'll try and see what you get.
What was it to do? Disadvantage was
control.
It's control.
Control.
Yeah.
Oh, I did the wrong one.
So what did you get in total?
11.
11.
11. Ooh. Okay, you see. What do you see? It's so dark down here that all you can make out is a dark silhouette of some long tail with a large fin that is paddling side to side through here, and there's not just one of them, but two. That's as much as
take
you
my
can
head out.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't want to go in the water.
It's
keep
large,
going.
right?
Yeah.
Like
avoiding that one rock, and I'll keep making my way across.
Yes, dangers in the water. Just watch your step and do not go out into the lake with unsupervised.
Okay, well, I'm going to follow in their footsteps to not step on any of the questionable rocks.
It's not too far, just over this bridge, and we will be in the Earl's pagoda.
What's
And just
this building here?
So as you approach this building, you can hear a bit of a ruckus. The wooden structure stands on stilts above the lake. It is topped by a steep conical roof made of thatch, but smoke is curling up from the hole at its apex. Its windows are blackened out, and there's clearly the scent of burned wood carried on the air. There's also a clothesline that's attached, and that's all. That clothesline leads all the way to the center cottage as well.
Is there a fire?
There was a fire, yes, or maybe one in current. Hello, he calls out. Who's there? And you hear a voice come back. Oh, yes, it is I, Duke Igrind. I have got a problem on my hands. Please, assistance, help.
I'll go. I'm in. Hello, I can help you.
Xaxx, you burst in, and the room is a charred mess. Hazy smoke hangs over the scattered piles of burnt and broken shelves, intermixed with whatever those shelves contained. There are wisps of smoke. They're still snaking in the air from several spots where you see smoldering wreckage threatening to ignite. And the Duke is like backed up against the wall for some reason. He's not like evacuated the building. And this distrustful bullywug is in a leather smock, and he scurries around the room with a bucket of water as well. He's like, hey, water, please. And he spills it over the side in his haste.
Oh, we need water, guys. Can you bring some water?
Do you have any buckets?
Yes.
Yeah,
No
do
need,
you have any buckets we
Tarquin.
can use?
I can do shape water. So I can pick up 5 feet of water and carry it that way. Sorry, not 5 feet.
5 cubic feet, I guess.
Yes, 5 cubic feet of water. How much do you need?
Lots of.
As
That's a
much
lot of
as
water.
you can. Please hurry, I do not want to
So
catch
I'm
light.
gonna cast shape water, cast spell.
Okay.
Okay.
5 cubic feet of water is huge.
Yeah, I'm trying to carry it. I'm trying to hold it in front of me while I go in. And come on, you go in.
No. You can hear you.
That's 10, and then you just want me to drop it?
So as you enter into the room, looking around for where those smoldering spots are coming from, there's something of a movement that catches your eye, and he's like really flustered. He's like, "If that clothesline gets on a light, I will be in deep shit."
Let's protect the clothesline.
And there's something moving around, and you see it roll like a stone through one of the shelves, scattering and hitting up against wooden structures. Every time it does, you see a smolder of smoke emanate from it.
I'm gonna go drop the water on whatever's rolling around.
Okay. So these, as you get closer, you can see the saboteurs are these strange little coals bouncing around. They're tiny, and you just about spot one. And as you're about to throw that water to them, I'm going to actually ask for an initiative roll, just so we have this in order. And
You
we'll
want
see how...
an initiative roll?
Yeah, let's get you guys an initiative.
From everybody? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm being outpaced by a colt. I mean, that's not as bad. It's not as bad for everyone else, but it's Tarquin. Like, his whole thing is being like fast, being beaten by a rock.
How does elks not have any dexterity?
It's a good question. I'm guessing they always saw them as more of a strength thing.
Like,
they're
fast. That roller.
So these things spot you. The water's coming towards them, and a look of shock and surprise is spread over the coal. You can see it just by like these little light, what are they called? Like little flares of light that sort of highlight its eyes and mouth, something like this. And the mouth looks shocked, wide, and the eyes are like fearful as they see the water coming towards them. So as a result, this one right next to you immediately tries to bounce away, and as it does, it bounces off of you. And I'm going to try and hit you with its Kindle ability. Natural one, yeah, it's too fearful. Doesn't want to get anywhere near the water, fear that you just drop it on it. So he sort of bounces around for a moment before landing in this crate. Maybe trying to hide, but it's not doing a good job when the crate is made of wood and starts smoldering, giving it away. Okay, that's its go. Next one, up here. One behind you, Xaxx, rolls underneath your feet and then sort of bounces up. And I'll see what it gets. It seems to have a disgruntled look on its face, as it doesn't seem to be able to catch fire on anything. You're wearing scales and armor. It's nothing much flammable. Well, maybe there's bits, but it doesn't find purchase on them. Other than that, it kind of bounces off of you, rolls off to the side, and looks straight at you with a grin. And that's its go. Now, Tarquin, you're quite quick to react. So.
Yeah, so during our fight with the bog war, we obviously used our dust of dryness on it, so we'd have the pellets full of water, essentially. Right?
Oh,
Yes.
right. Yeah, you did have one of
Yeah.
those, didn't you?
Yeah,
Nice.
so I used 2 uses of that on it, so I've got 2 pellets. So I'm going to rush up to this thing as quickly as I can and just smash one of the pellets on it.
Okay. You can attempt to hit it with your dex. And
would this be a proficiency, or is it kind of like an arm, or is it more of a improvised weapon sort of thing?
You're unarmed. Because you have unarmed fighting styles. I'll allow you to.
Okay, I will roll to hit. 17.
This thing is so tiny, and as you throw it towards it, it bounces around off of the wall so fast that the pellet it doesn't find purchase on it. Believe it or not.
But it does at least soak the floor in a ton of water, making it very
damp.
damp.
Is true, yes. That is true. I'll tell you what. You can roll a d6.
D6, you say?
Yeah.
3.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is 3 feet of water begins to spread out from here.
And then because Tarquin has his other unarmed strike, as he missed, he's essentially going to try to, not necessarily, he is going to try to hit it, but his aim is to sort of hit it and sort of slide it into the watery bit, if that makes sense, like where the water is, so it gets wet.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that hits. Oh, and you punch it into the water, and it immediately sizzles and extinguishes as a hard hit. The coal cracks and crumbles into little tiny flakes. I got it. Okay. Is that your go? Yep. Okay. So going on to Tanwen.
All right, since the little guy's my guy's in his bucket, I'm actually going to come over the top of the ramp and just drop my shape water so it comes down the ramp and into this little room. Since I have 5 feet of water.
Yeah, that's quite a substantial amount.
I think Xaxx said it works out 141 liters.
Right, but we have to protect that rope, so I'm trying to wet the floor down here to protect that clothesline.
All right, I'll tell you what. I'll let these guys roll a sort of deck save based on this. What's your spell save DC? Appreciate. I mean. Yeah.
Hang on, just 1 second.
Be on your spell book.
Yeah, I'm getting over.
Should be probably about 14, I reckon, by this level. It's DC 12. Okay. So one of them sees it coming and rolls away into the next room. Meanwhile, this one kind of gets cornered, but the amount of water, it's unescapable. It just starts pouring into the corners. It's like, and then it just extinguishes. But I tell you what, roll a d6, just so we see just how much you do. Yeah, that will do a d6 damage. So, okay, it's still barely alive, actually, with that 3 points of damage dealt to it. But you can hear it sizzling in the corner, like, alright, that's it.
And then I'm going to step away from the ramp in case anybody wants to do anything. So I'm not blocking the ramp.
Tanwen, looking, and we probably would have seen this from outside the building, it looks like there might be a window there. So you could potentially get to there to be able to shape some water again on your next turn. And then you're also knowing the way.
Oh, okay. All right. Then
that would be Tarquin's
I will
suggestion.
do that next. Yeah. I'll move to it and shape water, turn around and drop it. Okay.
Alright, sorry, Xaxx.
I'm going to come around the corner here, down here, 30 feet. So I'm down here as far as I can go, and I'll see the one that rolled away, and I'm gonna scream out, "Well, the only way to fight fire is with fire," and I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame on it.
Okay. You can actually target these little things. And try clicking that Sacred Flame. Oh, yeah. These things are so fast. Every time you try to target it, it lets loose like a little spark and bounces around, ricocheting like a bullet. And it manages to avoid it.
That's not good.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a whole lot I can do in a bonus action.
Okay.
That's an action. Action. Do that.
One coal in this corner of the room, Xaxx, looks at you very unimpressed. Like it's just got that expression.
Well, I tried. I tried. Give me a break, okay? That's all I can do, I think.
Someone's highlighted it by ring, drawing a little ring around them. You know who that is.
Yep.
All right, go ahead. Elk.
I am charging around this corner and going for a ram attack.
Okay. It's hiding in the little crate, and it looks like it's provided enough cover that you smash the crate and you see it bounce around like whee!
Wow.
Just bounces over your head.
That is a very dexterous call.
They're tiny creatures, right? So the hardest part about hitting them is they're so small.
There you go.
But you
All
do
right,
have Rodolfo on your back, so they'd be with you as well.
I'll just, as a backup to give Rodolfo some view of...
And Rodolfo's go.
So you can see that one, and you can see that one.
So Rodolfo
Rodolfo
would be on the back of Morning Dew because...
Oh, on the back of them. Okay.
Yeah, because that's how they were writing across the thing.
Yeah.
So.
You see a glow of transmutation coming from the animated coals, Rodolfo.
What is Rodolfo going to do?
I'll say kind of as an aside, like your lordship, did you know that these were transmuted? Very interesting. And then I will just Eldritch Blast him.
Whatever they are definitely alive.
And you had no knowledge of this. How did this come to be? Very curious.
I have a guess where they came from, but they're definitely not supposed to be in here. This Eldritch Blast connects as you're talking, like mid-conversation. One of the coals just pops up its head and you shoot it down, but it's rolling away, cracked and barely holding together. Got a very upset face.
I say, you know,
I got it.
Perhaps the Earl can take care of this.
He quickly tries to what should we do? Spirit.
Isn't that the other bully one?
Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah, my bad. Okay, well, we'll just use that roll for when it comes to Duke Ikrin. Yeah. So the animated Cohen here, he is bouncing around, but seeing all this commotion, he just doesn't seem to have the same kind of energy as the other ones. Sort of rolls lazily towards you, Xaxx. Stares up at you for a moment, and then just kind of nudges your foot. Yeah, and then just no effort into it whatsoever, and just rolls away afterwards. That's it. That's his go. One of the animated calls behind you, Xaxx, springs to life, tries to ricochet off your head. Nope.
No dice.
Nothing catching on fire there either.
Sorry, guys.
Duke manages to get a spear and put it in that fissure that Rodolfo made with the Eldritch Blast and cracks the thing in half. At which point, it stops glowing and returns to just normal coal.
Oh, well done, Your Grace.
Yes, it's working. It's just a few more of these little bastards over there. This one flies off again. Xaxx, I guess you're tanking a few of these. But they're all grouping up. Does that hit? Yay, finally. Yeah. Take that! A whole 1 point of fire damage. It's a light burn. It's like really nothing. These guys are so tiny.
You guys are actually kind of cute in when it all comes down to it.
Do you have anything? Do you have anything flammable on you?
Probably my robes, yeah.
Yes, your travel clothes too. Okay, so as you're saying, it's pretty cute, when you suddenly realize you're on fire. Your robes are on fire. And it grins to you like a very little cute face, but the threat of you burning alive is now very real. Tarquin.
Okay, so Tarquin's going to charge over here, and just is basically going to duck. No, I wouldn't have quite the range. Yeah, sort of be duck down and sort of almost like snooker cue hit this one with his quarterstaff, with the maypole quarterstaff specifically, because these appear to be fiery and at least had some resistance to damage being at least.
All right.
That's not going to hit, is it?
Nope. It's like trying to swat like a gnat that's just buzzing around, except this is just bouncing and ricocheting.
He sighs and... do I get this back from a short rest? Yeah, it's a high level. Yes. Okay, because he doesn't want this bullywug to get in trouble and it might help, he's going to flurry of blows.
Okay.
So, Mountain Strike 1.
Oh, connect. And apparently one punch lands its way through. Oh wait, this is the guy who took a little bit of water from earlier, so he's already sizzling and then finally crack, and you reduce it to crumb.
And then Tarquin is going to stand on top of its corpse and go for this other one.
Oh! Is this one? Oh no, okay, you're going for that one.
Yeah,
okay.
I was leaving that one because it looked different, so...
Yeah, it doesn't even seem to be glowing that hot.
I hate that my crit did less damage than my normal attack.
That's how the dice fall, I'm afraid.
I hate how 5e crits work so much.
Did you really roll a crit there? Did it actually add the...
No,
I only see 1d4.
I only did 1d4. Yeah, I only did 1d4.
Yeah, that's odd.
Okay, I'll roll another d4.
Yep. Oh, there you go.
4 damage.
Cool. It's a moment later, you see it roll away. You're like, did I not hit it? And then suddenly it just crumbles into pieces.
Yeah, it's like, it seemed like such a perfect hit, and then it's just like...
It's like when you... Yeah, it's like a moment later, it's formed just...
It's like one of those films of like the samurai where they like cut through them, and then it's not until they sheath their sword that they actually fall apart.
It's fun.
It's the 5-point palm exploding heart technique.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just quivering palm. Alright, and then finally, Tanwen.
They're all dead, aren't they?
Mm.
Technically, there's this one which it looks different.
Which one?
This little black one here.
Come around the corner.
Okay.
See this guy?
Okay, how far above the water is this window? I'm gonna go peek out the window real quick and look.
Yeah, a few feet.
Is it? So it's less than 5 feet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I am going to shape water again 5 feet because I can move it up 5 feet. And then I'm going to turn around and I am going to drop the water onto the floor. So shape water, I'm going to cast my cantrip, and there's water.
I'll give it a dex save again.
Okay.
Try and dodge out of the way. Oh my god. Natural 20 from this lumpy little fella here. and he just rolls backwards. If he had hands, he'd be like flipping the birds as he rolled away. And it too just looks very unimpressed with you. Just stares at you blankly, like almost saying to your mind, like, "You really expected that to work?"
Yes, I did. Okay,
soaked the
well,
floorboards, though. It definitely
everybody's
doesn't.
walking through a couple of inches of water now.
Yeah.
For sure, yeah.
I
It's
like
running
to-
out through the
I
floorboards
like
too.
to think that's why Tarquin didn't burn his hands when he was punching these. Like, he literally just, like, scooped some water onto his fist before punching them.
Xaxx, I hate to break it to you, but you're burning alive right now, and another 2 points of fire damage to you as your robes ignite only further. You need to put this out, otherwise it's going to keep burning you every turn.
How much water is on the floor still?
There's inches of it because a whole 5-foot cubic water just splooshed onto the floor.
Yeah, we had 2 5-foot cubes of water in that room.
Okay, I'm going to sort of dive headfirst and penguin slide as far as I can over this way, so that I'm taking care of the fire and putting it out and moving over towards this guy.
Okay. I'll tell you what. Yeah, I'll let you do this as part of your movement if you can give me an acrobatics penguin slide roll. If you get above a 10, I'll say you're doused. Hey, there you go. Just as you planned, sliding across. You don't get any splinters either. It's a pretty good slide, and you're completely extinguished.
And then I will use my action to pick up the rock and try to grapple it.
Okay. Yeah. Give me a athletics check. I'm gonna roll it
quite as well.
Dex. It has lost the will to fight. It just looks at you as you pick it up. There's no resistance. It doesn't roll, doesn't wobble. You just pick it up off the floor like it's a normal piece of coal.
Okay, and then I'm gonna telepathically speak to it and say, "Hey, listen, what's going on here? Like, why are you causing trouble?"
You hear a voice back, surprisingly, and it just looks at you and goes, "This wasn't my idea. Like, seriously."
I get that. You seem like you're just sort of going with the rest of your buddies here because they were sort of you're told to do it, but
yeah,
like why?
These idiots would jump to the first opportunity to set things on fire, but I got dragged into this. Can you just take me back to the cauldron, please? It's right over there.
Oh yeah, I can do that. Where's the cauldron? Okay, I can take you back to the cauldron. Do you
It's
know who created this for you, and like who wanted to have this place burned down? Any information you can give us?
All right, I'll tell you what. You get me back to the cauldron. I'll tell you who got us into this mess.
Where's the cauldron?
It's over there. Can you turn around? I'll tell. All right. Keep turning. All right, stop.
Okay.
Stop. There.
Yeah.
Over there. And you're facing the direction of the cauldron when he stops you. Yeah. Just over there.
It's way over there. Okay, gotta walk. Okay, let's walk and talk then, maybe.
Rest of my buddies are over there.
Okay, I'll pick them up and I'll be back, guys. I gotta take care of this guy to take him back to all the way over to the cauldron. I'll be back in a minute, okay? You guys just hang out
very
here.
well. We will trust you. Yeah.
Yeah, this one isn't hot
it's
to
all
touch
good.
either. He's just a regular
It's all
coal,
good.
hasn't set ablaze. Yeah, name's Lumpy, by the way. Pleasure to meet you.
Hi, Lumpy. How are you? Okay, we gotta be careful when we go across the water
Oh
here.
yeah, don't drop me in there.
Because you don't want to go in the water. And there's
No.
a guy who's like looks like a rock here, but yeah, okay. And I just sort of had a general conversation with him as we go, and I'm gonna try to figure out who, like, why they were trying to burn it down, and like if there's somebody behind it that's we should be kind of like aware of or anything like that.
So
Okay,
that guy, I think Duke Ikrin, he's overseeing the repair of the factory, but the fires kept popping up thanks to my friends back there. And you keep going as you make your way to the cauldron. Akrid is also thanking you profusely, like, "Oh, I don't know what I would have done without you. You are my saviors. I wish I could repay you, but this was my job to begin with, I guess. But
May I ask what type of job you are in charge of? Watching the fire or tending the fires?
I was supposed to be repairing this place, but it kept
Repairing.
catching fire. I don't know who is up to this, but someone is playing a prank, maybe.
Oh, you
Causing
think
chaos.
someone did this deliberately? How intriguing.
Those cores are supposed to be part of Bavlorna's cauldron over there. But I'm
Bavlorna's
sure.
cauldron, you say?
Uh-huh.
What does she use it for? Just general witchy purposes or something specific? I mean, I'm curious, you know.
I could not tell you. I'm not a magical caster, but maybe the court mage, Zith, the illustrious arcanist, he could tell you more about magic anyway. He's another Bullywug. Anyway.
That is a
I'm
very
gonna
hard name for me to say.
I'm gonna
Yes.
call up. Does the Duke want me to remove the water that I put down here to try to put out the fires? I can remove them before I come back upstairs.
That would be helpful.
Okay, then while Rodolfo is talking to the Duke, I'm going to use shape water to pick the water up and put it back out the window.
Now tell me, these burning creatures, you have had them for a long time, or was this the first time this has happened?
They keep popping up. The first time, place nearly burned down, but we managed to put out fires and begin repairs. And again, they keep coming.
May I offer some advice? Something that is very useful, you know, I know from my own experience as an artisan. But one thing you may do is you have buckets of water on hand, and also buckets of sand. Sand, very useful substance, does not get things wet, and puts out the fire very easily, like that. So you know, to prevent in future until the problem is fixed, you know, you must do your preventative work.
Not sure where we get sand from,
Well,
but
You live in a swamp. You can there must be sand in the swamp. You can dry out.
well, even if you're, I'm picking up your accent apparently. Apologies.
it's infectious, isn't it?
It really is. But you could always use mud.
He's
I'm stuck.
turned on the friends settings.
Like
Oh
a
yes,
bucket of
mud is lovely, but it is dirty. You know, sand is dry. So you know it puts out
Everywhere.
the fire very easily. It does get everywhere, but you can shake it out usually. And you know, you shake it out, and everything is fine, and you do not get your clothes wet. You know, this is merely a suggestion from an outsider. I
Taking
do
it.
not wish to impose.
No, I'm taking notes right now as we speak. That
Yes.
washing line is of the utmost importance. I don't not even care about the building, but if that washing line gets caught, no.
Is that magical clothes or just regular clothes that you do not wish to damage?
Regular clothes? No, these are special clothes.
Oh.
They belong to Bavlorna.
Everything special seems to belong to Bavlorna here.
You do not want to piss off that old hag.
Is that how she permits you to call her?
No, I mean it's just as a descriptive term, not insulting.
Oh, of course, because she is literally a hag. Okay,
That's right. Yes.
I understand. No.
He seemed very fearful for a moment, almost as if you're going to go tell on him. He's like, please forgive me. You meant no disrespect.
So
no, I merely wish to understand the ways of your court. You know, these things are very intriguing.
Sara,
and for us as outsiders, we learn from you. So you know, we have only your example to guide us, for which we are grateful. And
Oui.
Wait.
This whole building you've got here, what other than to hold up a washing line, what's its purpose anyway?
No, that is exactly its purpose. Yeah, the washing.
You built an entire building just to hold a washing line?
Oh, no, sorry, this building. I thought you meant the washing line. No, this is a burnt and balloon factory. This is where we build the beautiful balloons you saw outside.
Oh, how intriguing. We
Oh,
are very hopeful to be able to get to try one of the balloons.
when we
Perhaps.
got the factory up and working again, we will hopefully have an abundance of balloons. Everyone gets to ride.
Oh, how kind. How
Mm.
exciting. How did you come by this technology, if I may inquire very casually?
This swamp gas is always lifting up. I guess Sir Isaac Ironton of the Deep Marsh came up with this theory that we could elevate it past gravity's pull. He's long gone now. He's a very old bullywug, but
So
he died.
Sir Isaac. Oh, what a genius.
Sir Isaac, yes. He's. We should erect a statue of him, just as a monument to his technology he has brought to the bullywug community.
Can you use it just for pleasure or for war, for general transportation, industry?
Yes, war. The Bullywugs have never gone to war, but
No? Oh, you
yeah,
intrigue me.
should we, then the balloons would prove an excellent aerial advantage.
Yes, I would think so. There are not many opponents that have flight. I'm sure this would be useful, but
Ooh,
I am not a war expert.
not in either, especially.
Of course not. No,
Everyone's
just
into the mud.
just a guess here,
Hmm.
as I say.
Meanwhile, back at Xaxx's cauldron over here. Yeah, just down here. Anyways, good. Thank you.
Oh,
All right.
thanks for the chat.
You seem
Yeah.
to pop them down, and they're all rolling around next to each other, and they're like, "Oh, you're back. Oh, yeah." They're just sort of communing. Although I just realized this is all psychic, so you don't hear anything. They just sort of clatter against one another. But the message spell that you send to him next, he replies and says, "Okay, so you wanted to know who stole us from here? Names?
Yeah. Like who's behind names, like reasons. Like I want to find all the dirt, all the goss, the hot tea.
Well, the first time was a guy called Willie Wogglewig. Well, he looks around trying to get anyone remember Wigglewog. Oh, that's it. Okay, a Wigglewog.
Okay, yeah. This is
He
good.
was the
This is
first
good.
guy. And the second one was another female bullywug. She was called Morgoth, I think.
Morgan. Okay. Good. Yeah.
And then just recently there was another one. I think by the name Illig. Yeah.
League. Okay. This is.
Uh-huh.
I mean, this is fantastic. I mean, aside from burning my robes a little bit here, you guys have been like absolutely fantastic. Couldn't have
Hey,
asked for nicer goals.
yeah, no problem. We're just trying to relax, chill. But not literally chill. That's
Yeah.
uncomfortable.
No, you want to say like at a nice warm simmer, right? You
That's
want
the
to
one.
simmer down.
We're just simmer. Yes. Perfect. Yeah, we just want to simmer down.
Yeah, good. Perfect. Well, I'll let you rejoin your group here. And I hope you stay nice and warm, but not too warm. And yeah, don't fall into the water, I guess. There's something in there for sure.
There's always something in the water. With that, you can look at the cauldron as well while you're here. It's a big
Yeah, sure.
bulbous green thing, and there's a thick lid that sits above a bed of that hot coals, and there's 6 sturdy iron legs that actually protrude from the curved bottom, like extremities of a crab, and a wooden ladle also hangs from a lanyard looped around the lid's knob. And yeah, it's firmly shut at the moment, but it's quite an odd sight to see a cauldron with legs, but there it is.
Is there anything in the cauldron, like brewing?
So that you would have to take off the lid to spot what's inside.
I would like to take off the lid.
The cauldron is hot to the touch, and as soon as you, it's a little bit much. But as you try to lift, you realize it's firmly held shut. You're giving it a good amount of strength to pull, but it's not coming off. And as soon as you try, like, giving any more force, suddenly the cauldron sprouts up onto its legs, scuttles from side to side for a moment, before spinning around and sprinting away from you. You just hear the scuttling, like, click, 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 click.
Did you guys need to sort of stay near that thing?
Yeah, we can stay here, but
it'll come back.
Maybe it depends. You just see it scuttling off into the distance, disappears behind a building, and as soon as that happens, you hear the roar of the fire next to you, and a face emerges from the flames, smiles and looks in your direction. You want in that cauldron?
Well?
It speaks in primordial, I guess. Do you understand? Or Ignan?
I don't speak primordial, no.
Okay. In that case, what you hear is that spitting, fiery noise. It seems like it's trying to talk to you, like,
I will psychologically respond. Because it can understand me as long as it speaks one language. You mind responding? Let's try this again. I'm telepathically talking to you now.
That works. You can't get cauldron. It's you don't know passphrase.
There's a passphrase. What's the passphrase then? So next time I know what to do.
That's a secret. And Colton
you can tell me
you secrets.
Well, you can tell me the secret. I'm friends with the Coles here. Lumpy and I are good friends now.
I tell you what. It's getting pretty humid around here. Need some more dry wood.
Dry wood. Okay, I can bring some dry wood. Yeah.
If you can bring me dry wood, I tell you password. Deal?
I can do that. Yes, I can do that. That sounds good.
It's gotta be dry. None of that wet stuff out there in the swamp.
None of the wet stuff.
No,
Got it.
So soggy and rotten.
Okay. I will go
that's it.
a little bit away.
Lowers back down into the fireplace, sits cross-legged, almost looks like he is the fireplace himself. This is what you see. I'll show you real quick.
Magmin. Oh. Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna go to the nearby bush and start to collect some wood from right here.
The wood you find immediately is, like he said, all soggy and wet, and it is nowhere near as dry as what he was perhaps requesting. But you can attempt to try and dry it later.
I'm gonna gather a decent amount of it, and then I'm gonna take out my wand of prestidigitation.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna try to use prestidigitation to dry it out.
He's looking at you as you do this. And he's like, "Really? That stuff." He speaks in Ignan.
Sorry. Telepathic. Let's go. Okay.
No, that's no good. No. Just because you clean it doesn't mean it's still wet and soggy. No.
Right. Doesn't dry things off, eh?
Not to my liking, no.
All right.
I want that good stuff.
Well, what? All right, I'll go find some. I guess I'll go. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna
No
go up and try to find
no
some dry wood.
mangrove. Pine. It just sort of
Pine.
gives you more specifications to the liking of his wood. But I just realized the time, and we should probably wrap up here. You guys have done quite a good chunk of content, and you've defeated a black dragon. Massive kudos
Yay!
for that. That was a great win on your side. Although the rolls leading up to that were tragic, but thankfully you did get a couple of hits.
Though I did just look back, and it seems like for some reason when my unarmed strikes are critting, it's not adding the crit damage. So that time I crit against them, it was just the base D4 plus 4. It wasn't the extra D4.
No. Okay, we will try and fix that.
Yeah.
I don't know why it wouldn't give you the crit. I'll have a look. But let's sign off here because it's gone 1:15.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And for those watching who want more content and perhaps want to hear the more sounds of myself, Jamey, and Chris, and probably mostly me because I do a lot of talking, join us tomorrow for What Lies Beneath, where the party continue their journey trying to thwart the plans of the mysterious Lady Z and free the Neverlight Grove. And join us Friday, where the Keyasters continue on their journeys through the Earth Elemental Plane and get down to the 3rd layer, and perhaps find out the mystery of that tiefling who we're pretty sure is a cannibal, or possibly a vampire. And and then of course join us again next Sunday where we'll be continuing with this. But bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.